liberty and justice for all.
Like I said, that hesitation is there because the girl didn't have her glasses on. Trying to see what's on the agenda. And I'll apologize first. I don't know if this light is the sun is coming directly on you all, but it shines right through here. And kind of do a spotlight kind of thing right here. But once again, we're so grateful that all of you have taken aside your valuable time and come to work with us, observe us as we work through our budget hearing. Just basic reminder, budgeting is a powerful thing. It's very important. Everybody has a lot of ideas and a lot of requests and a lot of concern. But at the end of the day, what drives the budget is how much money you actually have. And we've done I think we've done well with what we've had to work with. And there's going to be a lot of compromising. And even though everybody's heart is in the right place, like I said, financially, we won't be able to meet a lot of the obligation, as many as we would like to. But I am proud to say, even as we prepare to go into this budget here, we've gotten some good reviews in terms of how our budget our city has lined up in terms of what we're capable of doing. And they do give you little scores on whether you're financially stable and that. And at this time, we really have gotten a lot of good marks. Like I said, we're kind of in terms of where we are financially. And so we just want to maintain that. And then just as another note, we were real pleased that during our last budget that we were able to stabilize some early retirement and make it worthwhile so that people could actually retire and not have to keep coming back over and over. So we were real proud of those. And even with the different organizations, departments, they were able to rank them and everybody was able to get a little more personal support, so to speak, so that the financial things are looking better. So as we go into it, we go in with an open mind and hoping that we'll be able to meet the obligations and be able to satisfy the constituents, because that's what it's all about. So with that little lengthy conversation, we do recognize you once again. And did we have any comments? Okay, at this time, we have no comments, so we'll go to item number 1, approval of minutes. Regular session, May 6, 2024. Special session, May 13, 2024. Regular session, May 20, 2024. And special session, May 28, 2024.
I make a motion to approve.
A second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, bring us to business. Item number 2. Consider and approve a resolution of the City of Crockett, Texas for the exemption of municipal property taxes for the Renaissance Treehouse Academy, a qualifying child care facility under Texas Tax Code and 11.36, 2024.
Mayor and Council, in the back of your, behind your agenda, that's not in your binders, in the back, I presented a copy of the Texas tax code, as well as in your packets. But on the back of the sheet, I did a calculation using this year's assessed values of what that would affect the city. This was brought to myself by Dr. McCall and Ms. Rice, who owns the Treehouse Academy. First thing I did was verify if this is the only property that can receive that exemption. And then I believe they're here just to talk a little bit about, why the exemption is needed and, where that will go. But in the city of Crockett, they were the only one that had the Texas Rising Star accreditation by the state. We have one other child care or daycare that is in the process.
Well, what it was, and I was just speaking to it, At one point, they did have it, but what we found out, it doesn't move with location. If you have a daycare here and you get the Rising Star, it stays there. Then you have to get recertified, and that was the problem where they were at this point. It wasn't that they wouldn't probably qualify again, but it doesn't
It's a
travel.
process.
Yeah, it's a process that it doesn't follow you. You have to be in a designated location when you get certified for it.
So at this point, if we did provide this tax exemption, like I said, I was questioning about it, it's not a tax abatement, it's not an EDC instrument. It's, or a city instrument for business or employment. It's a tax exemption. And so this was presented to the county a couple weeks ago as well, and they approved the exemption. And so I don't know if
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, I think John, Mayor Fisher, members of the city council, I'm Dr. John McCall. I built this facility here because my daughter had told me her husband's from Waxahachie, and they had some property there, and they wanted to build a child care facility there in Waxahachie. And I said, well, you're welcome to go to Waxahachie, but don't plan on taking my grandbabies with you, because they're gonna stay here in Crockett. At the time, Dr. Walker was building the surgical center out there, so we purchased some land, and I built that facility out there to keep those jobs and my grandchildren here in Crockett. The Senate Bill 1145, and this bill states that in Texas, all counties and cities can vote to eliminate property tax costs to daycares at 100% to help daycares stay in business. The reason is last year, 21% of daycares in Texas closed. It's estimated next year 70% will close. Higher food, higher rent, higher insurance, higher costs, all the way around to operate. And the only way to stay in business is to raise the costs that parents pay, yet they're facing the same obstacles that we're facing. So this is not a solution, but just a vicious cycle. When daycares close, jobs get lost. Because
Of course they do.
if the parents don't have a place to take the kids, they can't go to work. And so it is a really bad cycle to get into. It will be the demise of many cities and counties, including ours. Small rural towns have until July 1st, which is today. So thank you for allowing us to be here. It's had to get on board with other cities to save jobs across the state. This has been done all across. Almost everybody has passed this. This is the city of Austin, city of Denton, city of Dallas, city of Houston, Aransas County, Dallas County, Bexar County, El Paso County, Hayes County, Travis County, Harris County, Jefferson County, on and on and on, because they see what this does for the community to keep this open. There are some qualifications, Bill 8 qualifications for daycare to be able to be eligible for this tax reduction. You must be a licensed daycare facility, and my daughter Lindsay, we are. Must be a Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Rising Star, we are. Must have at least 20% of the children enrolled in Texas Workforce Child Care Services, CCS. We have 90% on this program, so we far exceed that. Tax exemption goes into effect this year. When we fill this out, get it back to Carrie Minnow, the tax assessor collector, and that's all we need. We currently can hold 150 children at our facility. Lindsay has 17 employees and can have up to 25 based on the number of children. Our demographics are we serve black, whites, Hispanic, and Chinese. Our majority group is in the Afro-American population. Our staff is 6 whites and 11 blacks. We think that we know that this has been a great addition to the community and to the county, and we're running into the same issues that all the others that have closed are running into. So we would ask for this 100% abatement, help us stay open, and help us help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, well, did anyone have any comments at the time?
Basically, no.
Okay.
No, because we're having our budget workshop today, so no, I don't have any comments.
Oh, okay. I mean, comments on
this,
on
yeah.
just this statement right here.
No.
Okay. Well, I do know what a challenge daycare is And even with the schools changing their requirements for how early you can come in, it used to be open pre-K, and now open pre-K isn't available so much even through the public schools. And we do, and so we do know it's a necessity. You can't work if you don't have somebody watching your children, and you can't stay at home and survive without working. So we thank you so much for the asset that it is. So at this point, can we get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the resolution of the City of Crockett for the exemption of the municipal property taxes for the Renaissance Treehouse Academy.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Vote, all in favor? Okay.
We call for all opposed.
Huh? All opposed, I'm sorry. Okay, well,
I would like to make a motion.
you'd like to make a motion, okay?
Once this is off the
Okay.
floor. I'd like to.
Wait, I'm sorry.
once this-
Were we complete with it? Did you get?
Yeah, we got that
Was it
vote.
related to this, or?
Okay.
Okay, well, it is, okay, that one. Yeah. Huh? I'm sorry.
That's closed. so she
Okay,
can-
it's closed now. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to table, basically, until further research and to review with legal counsel to get a better understanding of how this would work in, basically, due to our financial standing. So I want to make sure that when we go into budget meeting, that we're not able to just offer this program or this tax exemption to one facility, but to any facility that comes in
Okay, well,
and
let-
requests it.
In terms of where it is, number one, it is, this is open to any facility, but not by our determination, but by the state determination, whether they qualifies or not. But right now, we only have one facility at this point that would qualify, and it is a deadline on it. And it would be something that it wouldn't interfere with our budget in terms of how it would go forth. But this is the day of it, and in terms of addressing the people that are working there, and he's already given you, I'm not sure what the real problem is, but financially, it is a help for our community because it directly affects our children. I think some consideration should be given to the, to the community. What's best for the community in terms of it, in terms of, would it make a difference if the next one that came in earlier, we would do each one of them individually? It wouldn't have it wouldn't have a blanket effect, just to say that. Each time one would come in, we would address it individually. And so it would always be an opportunity to say, no, we don't want this one. But right now, it's one that's qualified, and they do serve a large part of our community. So, okay, that was your statement. And I'd just like to hear your opinion on it.
And I really don't know too much about it, and I would like to get a better record of understanding what's going on.
Well, what part did you?
Everybody got to pay taxes, right?
No, public schools and facilities.
It's a public school?
No, I'm saying public schools don't pay tax. People that do different parts, nonprofits don't pay taxes, but it's not enough tax. I guess you'd have to weigh, is it involving enough tax as composed to what it would help our children and our community? It would help our community. As a parent that has to go out and have 3 children in daycare at one time, this is a benefit to our community. It doesn't have to do with, would it save our community, would it influence our taxes? It's not that great, because when you get that nonprofit schedule, you are allowed to not pay taxes because you're a nonprofit. But also, this is a facility that would benefit our community. It help our children, it help the ones that are working there to maintain their jobs. It's not a, will it change?
Is it a free program or?
The CC, let me tell you, the CCS, those are the ones that the government subsidize so that they can go to daycare. And that is what most daycare are run off. And he gave the number of those participants. So those are people that are government assisted, so that they don't make enough money to pay to go to daycare. So is money coming in? It's being subsidized by government assistance so that all people will be eligible. And most of the people that are going on the, I mean, no, not most, those that are on CCS are low income. That's how they're able to, that's how they're able to go to daycare. The average person out of their pocket cannot pay for daycare. But if the government is subsidizing them, it is a benefit to our community so that those people can go to work while their children are in daycare. Otherwise, daycare is unaffordable for the average, for you to be able to work on a low-income job and still send your kid. This is a benefit for the community. It helps our children. And it's, in terms of it'll be open to any daycare that comes in this area that that qualifies, and you would have an opportunity. And right now, it's only 2, and the other one is New Beginnings. And I spoke with her, Maisha Watson Daycare, and she said the reason. She was the one that explained it. She said she was the one. Say, I hope it goes through because she's working on getting her status again. The status doesn't come from the community to qualify. The status actually comes from the state that they have to meet those guidelines. She had it, but when she moved from over Fifth Street, where she had the daycare originally, she moved from over there and she moved on the loop. But she hadn't gotten her status because she have to go through the same process. But in terms of where it is, and not that it should be a race thing, but her daycare is run by African American, and she was the one that said it was a good thing in terms of helping the community. So this is not so much a personal choice. It is what is best for our children, because people need to go to work. And if the government is able to supplement theirs, we should be able to work with them to do it. That's the essence of what you're here. We talked about it all day. We brought numbers and things in. It is necessary, and the reason the urgency is there is a window of time.
Today's the last day.
Today is the last day that it can be done. If we decide later, it could be for 1 year, and you could go back and say that we don't want to agree with it, and you could change it, but at this time, it's a window that's not open. You have 1 day because of the length of time we didn't have the meeting last time.
And it can be, piggyback on what you said, it can be rescinded as also.
You can rescind it if you don't think that
for some reason the budget,
not working.
is not going to make ends meet that 1 year or something, you can rescind it. That it's not a binding resolution forever.
I think we should.
So I'm trying to understand this, the tuition for the children.
Okay.
If the government is providing subsidies,
Yeah.
or subsidizing
Everybody's subsidized.
each child.
No, not each child. Yeah.
Not each child.
No,
So
it's
how
based
many
on the
families-
income of the person that go there. Just like when you go, you know how it works.
Yes,
I- I-
so
I
how many,
always say.
and that's why, so,
But they don't pay, having worked with it's like public school. Public school get chunks of money. And it gives for every kid that qualifies on low income. But they also get a tax, nonprofit status, and they don't pay for that. If you look at the cost of daycare, like I said, the only reason I'm doing it because I pay daycare. And what they use, the average working person is challenged by the cost of daycare. And I know because I pay daycare for my grandchild. But what I'm saying is something that allows our parents to go to work. $6,000 is a small waiver when you consider the cost of what daycare actually costs. That's for me speaking from the heart. And knowing that it helps our community, knowing the population that's going there, and knowing how hard it is to find a daycare. That's the hard part. Even if they had an affordable one further away, to drop a kid off at daycare, go back, and then go to your job, it's challenging.
Yeah, and gas prices are outrageous.
And as the mayor said today, is the last day. So if you table it, you essentially said no and you killed it. We are 90% CCS. Of those 90% of that is the black population. So
That's our
you're gonna hurt the poor black population if we close, because now they are dropping their kids off with us because of the CCS program helps them, they're able to do that. And if we close down, then there'll be that population that will not be able to go back to work. We are indexed, we have 17 employees right now. Of those, 11 are black employees and 1 employee. We couldn't do without them, and I would hate for them to lose their job. So it's a tough road to hoe with Crockett, Texas, to keep the daycare open, but we've done it, and we've been a rising star. My daughter's run this the whole time. We're at that stage right now, we're gonna stay open, we need some help.
What about the students that's there though? What kind of students do y'all have there?
That's what he was telling.
90%
It's
is
mostly
your CCS students. So our percentage, if you wanted it to be black, white, Hispanic.
For everybody. It ain't gotta be a black or white thing.
No,
They don't.
I'm saying all the way to Chinese. I mean, because we have probably 4 Chinese. If, we have Hispanic, I would say, probably have 10 to 15 Hispanics. Then it goes up to white would be the next, and then black is my highest population. But
So it's more
Not talking about-
black students there than
oh yes,
anything.
yes, there is.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying,
you go by
man.
there and look. But
No, I just want, for everybody, man, for
Yes,
everybody, you
yes.
know?
Okay.
This is a daycare for everyone.
It is.
Everyone can go there, and everyone does. The money is gonna go in to help pay the bills.
It's
The
expensive.
money we save here is coming to help pay the bills and help pay the employees and help pay, because that's where we're struggling. And we still will be paying school taxes, we will still be paying hospital taxes. It's not an exemption across the board.
I would wish-
We get an exemption on city and county, so that money, it's not a ton of money that's gonna help, but it's money that's going to help save us stay open. And that's what it's really about. And, right now I'm doing an art camp, and I've got, we have 60% of that art camp is being, matched, and we're doing, sponsorship so that every kid can try to come to that art camp, and it's completely full. There's kids there right now, and then we have our kids there, but it doesn't matter the numbers of kids. Ever since COVID, we have been hurting because the bills are going up, and we can't charge more. And if you go to Houston and Dallas or anywhere in the cities, you're paying $300 a week for a child. We're charging $120. So but we have these still expensive bills. And so we're already charging the least in Texas and so the subsidy can only match what I'm charging. So I'd have to increase that, if that makes sense, to that 300. Well, no one would be able to pay that anymore. No one. And then the subsidy. So this is why Texas is doing this, is because everyone across the board is hurting in daycare. It just is. It's an ugly cycle. And so we're really asking y'all to think of the kids in this community and pass this.
And the parents
We
that have
really
to
need
work.
pass.
The reason I was asking them to table it, because I was looking at if we passed the exemption, tax exemption onto the facility, I was looking at the facility passing a deduction onto the families. So, helping the families that can't afford daycare. So that's why I was in the lieu of trying to understand better, is it to assist, the business with,
Staying alive.
with paying employees' bills,
Pay your employees.
or to assist,
We assist with
deduct.
the parents. Let me give you an
Into
example. I had a
tuition.
parent stop by on Friday. She's on a waiting list for CCS, okay, to get on. Because CCS we have DB's Texas, they're broken into branches. And DB's Texas has to share their money with Lufkin and all these bigger areas. And so a lot of those kids are getting their money before Crockett. So this girl was put on she said, I'm on a waiting list. So I'm taking all 3 of her kids for $50 total. Because I knew that she came to me crying, that she needed to work. So do I assist them? Yes, I assist them. But you know what? It came out of my pocket. I'm paying for her kids to go to my daycare. This money helps me be able to give kids that opportunity and parents that opportunity. Yes, this money will be distributed for helping kids, because that's what I do. I'm here to help the kids.
And that's basically why I was asking, because I've been trying to get an understanding of how the whole thing works, because this is my first opportunity at the table. So I want to know that I do want to make the decision for the children, for the families, and I want to make sure that all options are open to every daycare. So when they come to us, we won't have to say no. That's where I am, because we do have a budget workshop today. And so I'm not for sure where we're financially sound, where we're in good standing. I don't know where we are with that financially. So I want to be able to not to say no to anyone. So that's why I was asking the table this so we can get a better, so I don't know about everyone else, I'm speaking on my behalf, would be able to get a better understanding of how to move forward to help you.
Tabling it just isn't it.
Yeah,
You know,
table it kills it.
because there wasn't a meeting last week, that makes it where it's priority that it be voted on.
It is to be done.
Today, and then if your budget, you can always go back and change things for the following year and things. But, I don't think this is a small amount of money given to us.
Oh, okay.
Is going to
I forgot about that.
destroy Crockett. If anything, this is going to help Crockett.
Well, the little bit that you'll be giving up on the budget, you'll be giving up a lot more than that if we close and those parents stop working and they stop paying taxes and that money stops coming into Crockett. I sat right where you did for 6 years and sat right with Mary did for 2 years. I understand the challenges of the budget and I run the city. But you have to look, you have to play the long
challenge in
game.
daycare is
The long game with Crockett is not just what's happening today. It's where your money's gonna come in the future, who's gonna pay your taxes, and how many are gonna be out there to pay the sales tax. And if we close down, your money is gonna go way down. That's a fact.
And, well, I do know that the price that they pay in Crockett is not comparable to what I'm paying by the week. It's right at 300 for.
What I was going to say is, a few weeks ago, and I understand I'm all for it, but a few weeks ago we were going to easily help support, we $9,000 for the fireworks show, which I'm all for that and everything. Although I said that night, that $9,000 could be used for the streets. But anyway, we were willing to raise, to give $9,000 to help with that. That's gone. That's over with. But we're talking about something here that's day in and day out in supporting families. So if we're going to easily release $9,000 to help an event, this is a livelihood and the welfare of hardworking families. I mean, 365 days. That's over. That's over with and gone, and we'll be back until next year. This is daily.
But we also have to be willing to open the doors for all.
If they meet the
is.
guidelines, but they got to meet the guidelines. They meet the guidelines.
It's so, like I said,
I know, but
my
that's what I'm saying.
conversation was with the other daycare owner to see what was lacking. It is not that it wasn't an opportunity there, as I explained earlier, because I wanted to know what was the difference. The difference is she had the status and she would have applied as she been. When you move, it doesn't move, the status doesn't move with you. You have to get requalified. She is in the process of getting requalified, and so you'll see her coming through as soon as her paperwork. And like I said, the point of it is,
So you're saying this is not the last opportunity to apply?
You said what?
So this is not the last opportunity?
No, this is not
This is not the last.
it has to be individually done, and you can apply individually when you get your status. And I don't know whether they prorate your tax or when you get your status, but once you do it, but you still have to apply to the county and to the city to do it.
So
And
do you have the application where you've already applied? to
and
stay?
it's in progress, and the last day to turn it in for this quarter, I mean, this section or
We are
whatever,
the last step.
Is
We've gone to
today.
the county, we've gone to the
that is
state.
today.
We send our stuff into the taxes, everything by our deadlines. Y'all are the.
Is the
you're
last day
step.
for it. And not to say that they didn't start, they started when after, it was a short turnaround when legislative law came out and said you could do it. It wasn't a long turnaround, it was a short turnaround, and it got on the agenda when it was right after the completion of that, because it not only had to go through us, it had to go through the county too. So it was a process, and it was a quick turnaround. But the strength of it is, and I'll maintain, and having been an educator, anything that takes the burden off of the parents to the point that they can keep their kids going. Because you cannot work if you don't have daycare. Nana will watch them a little while, cousins will watch them a little while, and you gotta have somebody, because if you're late 2 and 3 times, they'll fire you from your job. And this is for the children and the parents. And another thing, our kids need daycare. I'm sorry, they need to be taught at an early age. This district as a whole has a problem with children coming in behind grade level. And we're gonna get into another open here, but that's the problem with early childhood. As an early childhood director, former director, any educational things that you can teach, and that's part of the reason they granted this, because of the educational capacity. That's why the legislator got in. They think that the kids need a foundation even before, before they go to public school. I mean, it's nice to be at home, but most kids that are in daycare, they already know a lot more. And I testify to that, and even with the Head Start programs and those that qualify. So this is a small amount. I know not everybody said it's not a small amount, but $6,000 is not gonna make or break you as a community when you're investing in children. I don't make light of money. I work hard I spend but I do know that if $6,000 can make a difference in a parent going to work, and just to meet the cost of daycare, we know what costs. Everything is going up, and I think it's expedient to us as a council to honor what's best for our community and for our families and for our youth, and that's the least we can do.
Yes, ma'am. I just have deep concern, because one thing I did notice that a lot of those counties that did approve those funds or those exemptions, that were larger counties. So that's
The funds, I'm sorry, so what?
those exemptions that he had named off earlier.
Okay, but
Those counties were larger counties. So that's why I'm just, like I said, we haven't went through our budget workshop. I don't know if I just want to be able to afford everyone the opportunity. I don't want one person to come in and then.
it would be, in terms of eligibility,
understand.
when it comes in, 6,000, and even, because we do have some reserve, I mean, it's not, 6,000 is not, if we're $6,000 away from poverty and shut down, we're in bad shape. We're not, as I stated earlier, we're in a little better financial state. 6,000 for the investment in his, it would be worth going out and doing a fundraiser to help, meet that end, but we're talking bigger things than one line item, $6,000 right in there. We're talking about a community that's gonna increase. People be able to pay rent on tax and generate taxes. It's just a small spear to think that the budget workshop is gonna alter the city in terms of that it would make that big of an impact. And it's all when it can make a bigger impact simply by just giving that consideration. And plus, these are people that live in the community and they pay tax. They pay taxes to us already through their homes and through their businesses. They're already paying tax to
Like
us.
everybody pay taxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're paying taxes too. So it's not like we just
Man, I
give
got 2 kids in daycare.
Yeah.
And I can't even afford it.
And
so I want.
Don't you
the
want
right
what's
to-
best for them?
Yeah, but people that can't afford it, what about them?
That's what we're
At
saying.
120, if you got 2 or 3 kids, you know,
But what you're not hearing, that's why they're the
CCS
one of the
program
few,
pays for it.
you have to apply for for
what
the,
kind of program, what y'all programs is do that, so everybody can get it?
It
and
is.
Have an
Child
equal,
care services.
you just apply.
It's out of Lufkin, it's DB's Texas workforce.
y'all on the internet,
It's on the internet, but also give you the telephone number, 1-800-256-1030.
oh, get a community telephone number.
Yeah.
Community.
Telephone
But
number.
the-
I just wanna make sure it's right for everybody, because everybody got kids and everybody got kids that's struggling, man. You're not gonna sit here and just act like, you know, y'all got a business, like everybody got a business. Everybody gotta pay taxes.
Right.
So,
But
I'm
I'm
just saying, man,
saying-
I'm just saying, I'm just being honest.
Everybody.
I'm sorry if y'all are taking it the wrong way, but I'm just being honest.
No,
man.
nobody's taking it to them.
Because I pay daycare, and I got a lot of people that can't afford that at 120. That's
Right,
probably,
so they
that's
get
not,
CCS.
and it's not much, you
And
know,
that's why they get on CCS.
okay.
And that's what supplement most of our daycares
You
around
can't
here.
be on CCS unless you need the assistance.
That is.
Okay, well, I got some people that need to be on it, you know.
That is an easy process.
But it's not handled, it's not handled on this level. Anybody in
Everybody
the,
pay taxes.
in-
you
yeah,
know.
anybody
I just wanna
in
know
the
what's
state.
important about your business that you chose to get into.
I chosen it to help the kids of
That's
this
good.
county because I was born and raised here and graduated
I
from
think
Crockett.
everybody get in business is try to help, you know, the community.
And that's
But
why
I just wanna know what's special about your business, that you're the only one to get a tax break. And I'm sorry, I'm just,
No, no, I'm not the only one.
Councilman Jones, you're actually making a pretty good point, because when the Senate passed this bill, you have to have at least 20% of your children on CCS, which means the poor income, they need help. If you have less than that, then you're in an affluent neighborhood, everybody's got the money, and so you're not eligible.
Right.
So you have to be at least 20%. We're 90%. All 90% of our kids and our families are struggling, so they get state assistance to help them do that. So we're over-indexed in this, and still we're having trouble. But this will keep us open and will help those 90%. But that was a good point, Councilwoman Hicks, that you made about some of the bigger counties. The bigger counties that don't have that 20%, they're not eligible. But they've got more money than we do here. So if you take the fact that they're passing that with their budget, it's a huger impact for us. And remember, 21% of the daycares closed last year. 70% are projected to close next year. That is gonna hurt this county if we close. And if we close, I can tell you, the other daycare is probably struggling too. And when they get their, Rising Star back over, I'm sure the formality, I'm sure they'll be back to you, to get theirs done. So, and we're all in favor of them getting it too. Just at this point in time, we're the ones that qualify today.
Well, that's what, I mean, that's, and like, Mr. Johnson, like far as the understanding, which I initially stated, you know, for us to get a better understanding, to make sure, that we are in good financial standing, and that that when we make the decision, we'll know what we're making the decision and why we're making the decision, because like I said, this is our first arena. So without us being for sure and having all the detailed information that or understanding, I would say, that we need to make sure that we go forward with you know, with the decision. But I'm just asking for, you know, better understanding, that we get with legal counsel, I guess sit down with you guys to make sure that we have all the information we need. Because I mean, I researched some things to understand and find out about why the legislation implemented that law. And it like you said, it basically was there to help families, to help the families with tuition. I understand that. But I was trying to also get an understanding of where we were financially as a city as well. So that being said, that's why I asked to table it.
So let me understand, because I
Okay.
have not been a mayor. I
Okay.
have not been the councilman.
Me
So
either.
I do not have the knowledge that he has on that.
Mhm.
You table it.
Mhm.
We have to have a vote by the end of the day today. Can you still come back and vote?
don't vote today, it's dead.
So the options, so you have no other options that apply?
No,
No, it's
no.
See, they were here 2 weeks ago.
To be voted on.
They were here 2 weeks ago with this.
We could have talked about
And we
it
didn't have a quorum.
today,
Right.
but that didn't happen.
So today's the deadline.
We were here, as Councilman Ivey mentioned, we were here 2 weeks ago, we didn't have a quorum, so we left, so we had to call the state of Texas to find out, does this kill the program? They said, no, not as long as you can do it on July 1st, which is today. So if we don't do it today, it's, we will have a county exam, we want a city exam, and we'll see where we go. But like I said, having said there, I'm telling you, the council and the city of Crockett needs to. I was born in Crockett, and have lived here my entire life. This county has always struggled, and the city has struggled, and we do everything we can to try to get more income in here. And if you table this today, you're killing it. And if we're not open next year when this rolls back around, your budget will be less money to play with because there'll be a whole lot more unemployment here. That's just the way it is. Back to life.
And this was drafted by our legal counsel. When you mentioned about legal counsel, this was reviewed by him and drafted. The resolution was approved by our council.
Yes, sir, but the issue that I have is when we have questions for legal counsel that we
Sure.
have made.
And that's why we put this agenda out several days in advance and asked for those questions to be answered. I can only do what I'm asked to do. But you do have a motion on the floor, so if this is to move forward, you would have to amend your motion. If you want to keep your motion as is, then it's dead.
And it's financial.
Could I make a new motion?
No, it's
We
one
have a
on the
motion
floor.
on the
This
floor,
one.
Okay.
but either has to be amended or
Okay.
fall for lack of second.
Okay, well, I'll keep my motion as is.
So the call for a second.
Okay, would you, just state your motion. I'm sorry.
Basically, I just basically wanted to table for further research and to ensure that the city was in good standings financially before we move forward and make a decision to allow the tax exemption.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
So I'll go to Austin and I will ask for an extension. And if they gladly give me an extension, you will see me back here.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Other than that, this is dead, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that brings us to, glasses on. Item number 3, consider and approve a resolution of the City of Crockett, Texas, expressing intent to finance expenditures to be incurred for the repair of clarifier number 2 at Northside Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Mayor and council, this resolution allows us, like I mentioned a couple months ago, when y'all did approve us using some of your utility surplus set-aside funds to address this. And as of Friday, even after this agenda was put out, we did get notice from Texas Water Development Board that we've been approved for our wastewater. We have a wastewater project of right at $12 million to completely rebuild this north plant where this clarifier is. And so being approved for that, that'll allow us to refund ourselves out of our surplus. And we can reimburse ourselves once that grant comes in. And this resolution allows us to back pay us for something that we've already spent.
Okay, any discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I second it.
It's been moved and second, all in favor? Motion carries. Item number 4, consider and approve appointment of representatives to serve on the Board of Directors for Deep East Texas Council of Government.
Mayor and Council, this is something that we do annually. It's one-year terms. The mayor has served as our representative of the city of Crockett on the DETCOG, and she's expressed her desire to serve for another term.
Any question? Debate? I mean, debate. I mean, the debate wasn't a term. Can we get a
I
motion?
make a motion that we allow Mayor Fisher to continue to represent and serve on the Board of Directors of the Deep East Texas Council of Government.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and second, all in favor? Motion carries. Bring us to item number 5. Consider and approve nomination appointment of new members to the Charter Review Commission.
Mayor and Council, we had one resignation, Courtney Yarborough, and as Precinct 3 Chair, or Precinct 3 Representative, Ms. Hicks has requested Jessica James to serve on the Charter Revision Commission. And I did verify her status, and she is registered to vote in our city and qualifies.
Okay,
Make a motion to approve.
it's been moved. Can we get a second?
I second. I second.
Okay, it's been moved and second, all in favor? Motion carries.
All right.
Okay, that brings us to item number 6, fiscal year 2025 budget workshop.
Well, Mayor and Council, sorry for, this has been about an hour of our day, but
We got work to do.
we had to move some of the previous items to this meeting, and some of them had deadlines, so we needed to get this done with. Are y'all good to move forward?
Ready?
All right. Okay, so this is probably the most informal of our meetings. This is when yourselves and myself, we start talking about the upcoming needs of next year that differs from this previous year. So the programs and the departments that we have in place, the employees, all things remaining the same at this point, we take into consideration needs for our upcoming budget year. And this is our opportunity to talk about them, to get council's up or down, thumbs up, thumbs down, how y'all feel about things. Does it need to be amended a little bit? Do we need to change things as they're presented? That way I can build the budget, and so the draft budget that will, and revenues and expenses that will come back to you, if you see in your binder, under revenues and expenses, currently we don't have revenues and expenses. I wanted to, the needs that the city is being presented with this next year, talk about those and see how y'all wanted to address those. Do y'all feel favorable towards item 1, item 2, and so forth? And as we bring it down, I will be able to know how to budget, bring in finances and funds necessary to cover those expenditures that council is favorable for. And so you'll be hearing from myself and from other department heads today that address some of these, and most of these are all all of these are ticket items that were not in previous budgets. Majority of these are capital requests, so I'll cover that real quick. if you see on your screen, when it comes to property taxation, we have two buckets of money that we can collect for. And that is, I'll bring it up a little bit bigger. That is our maintenance and operations and our debt service. So it's either M&O or INS tax. Both of those are collected separately to address annual budgeted operational expenses, and then capital expenditures are one-time purchases, big ticket items that all we have to worry about is bringing in the financing to cover the payment on it, but it's not something that we're buying every year. So salaries, supplies, fuel, electricity, those do not go into the debt service interest sinking fund. Maintenance operations cover all of those annual expenses. And so primarily the things that we're going to be talking about today are over here in this debt service or interest sinking fund. They're one-time expenditures that we don't have to revisit every year. And so that being said, there's about 3 or 4 items that will be an appropriation request. So it's a request that this be added into the budget for a recurring expense. We really have to limit the things that are recurring expenses. Anything that, whether it be salary increases, whether it be additional employees, staffing, additional services that we're going to have to build into the budget, those we're extremely limited to. One, because of the tax cap, and I'm going to explain that a little bit later, but the revenue that we bring in each year can only increase by a maximum of 3.5% over last year's revenue. So I know everybody's been talking about the bills or the statements that they get from the appraisal district or the county.
Yeah, they went up.
My valuations went up by 20%, by 30%. We're not getting 20% or 30% more revenue. We can't. So the rate that we have to calculate against that valuation that the appraisal district sent you, if you went from 100,000 to 120, we're not getting that 20% increase. Even if we maximize what we could bring in, it would only be 3.5% extra revenue over last year. And so, and obviously that is an average across the whole city, all valuations. So it's not a perfect math because some increased by 20%, some stayed same, some increased by 5%, right? So we only get 3.5% extra if we raise it all the way up to that cap. And so technically, what you're gonna see as a result is we're gonna have to lower our tax rate against those valuations to not go over the 3.5% of additional revenue over last year. Any questions on that? So some more nuts and bolts is current budget. Our current budget for this current year that we're in, we bring in for our INS, our interest and sinking fund, our debt service, $418,000. Our general fund budget that we operate and we pay the bills out of for the city of Crockett is $6.2 million. Our utilities is 3.9. So our water and sewer, we have one collection on that side that pays for our water and sewer operations departments. And this right here is everything else other than those two. Streets, parks, police, fire, general admin, library. This is what those finances are funded for. Our current tax rate is 6.813 cents per $100 valuation. If your house is valued at $100,000, you divide it by 100. That brings it down.
Something happened.
I'm sorry. It's not
think
screen.
it's that-
It's not screen sharing correctly.
It's that, it's the internet had been messing up all day.
Somebody's hacking us. No, I am not going to say that. That's not even a funny joke.
But the internet has been messing up.
Let's try that. It's a screen sharing, so it's pushing it over. It looks fine on mine. So, where was I? So if your house is valued at $100,000, you divide that by 100. So you break it down to $100 increments, and then that tax rate, the 0.68, so the 68 cents is multiplied by your $100 incremental valuation. And that's what brings in this revenue. And this is this current year's revenue. Our utility rates, you have a base rate. If you have an active meter and you have an active account, you get charged a base rate for the services of that meter and the connections to supply water up to your door, up to the front of your property. Then we have a consumption rate. If you use the water, it's consumed in 100-gallon increments. A few years ago, we broke it down from $1,000-gallon increments, to where you weren't, if you used 1,100 gallons, you weren't getting charged for 2,000. So we did it in 100-gallon increments to be more accurate. And this is how many cents you pay. 54 cents per 100 gallons. For every 100 gallons, you pay 54 cents. For every 100 gallons of sewer. So this only applies to consumer accounts, not sprinkler systems, things that do not go into the sewer, your pool and things of that nature. But it's 24 cents per gallon for the sewer. Commercial is $34 base rate, and then the same consumption cost. And so, just quickly, that's to show the things that we talk about today. Those are the sources of revenue that we fund those things. I got a water sewer rate sheet. So that being said, if y'all need to take a break while we're talking, that's fine. But what I wanted to do is basically each department break down some of the needs that we're currently experiencing in those departments. That being said, the one-time expenses, we do have a low. This is not a popular thing to say, but we do have a low debt. Our debt is low compared to other cities of our size. We carry a low amount of debt relative to the operational budget. Relative to our operational budget, it's the valuation to debt ratio for the city of Crockett is less than 2%. So we have a very low, we carry low debt. That being said, I do want to say, in today's world, with today's inflation, anytime you can borrow for an interest rate, if I'm borrowing from the next 20 years, so I'm addressing an item today or this year, and I'm borrowing it from the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the amount of inflation that item that especially in city government, say a fire truck, police vehicles. I know when we came in here, when I started about 8 years ago, we were buying our police vehicles for $37,000, and it was about $8,000, $10,000 or so for all the equipment. We're looking at 70 plus now in just 6-7 years. So a fire truck, we bought a fire truck in 2016. We just paid it off. This is our last payment that we paid off this year. We bought it in 2016 for $420,000. We rebuilt that truck similar, less actually. It wasn't spec'd out quite as nice as that one, and it's $873,000. The same truck in 6 years. It's double. So that being said, if I can get interest rates that are lower than the inflation, I'm saving money. The cost of saying, well, let's go back let's revisit it next year. Next year, my dollar's going to be worth less. That item's going to be worth more. So we have a bigger gap to reach the thing that we need even more so next year. So I just want to, on that side, council's the one that decides what kind of debt load we carry. There's not necessarily an immediate ceiling that says, well, the bank will only allow us to borrow this amount. Y'all decide, hey, if I borrow this much, how many cents is it going to take to pay that back over the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and I present those numbers back to y'all. So the one-time purchase items that council says, let's prioritize that one, let's save that one for later, I will use those numbers and bring those back to you and say, those items that y'all did say that y'all wanted me to bring back, this is how much it's gonna cost us to pay for them. And then you can decide then, say, let's go forward, let's cut that in half, or however y'all decide on that. The other items, and you'll see right here, the M&O items, these are our maintenance and operations items. These are budget appropriations. These I'm not borrowing money for. These I'm gonna have to figure out how to fund out of our revenue each year, right? So if we approve these, we will either have to, and I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of our surplus to kind of give y'all an idea of how much money, just using the existing revenue that we have. We have seen some savings, and I'll go over those, but just using that, if it goes over that, we're gonna have to raise our taxes. Or cut another service, say, well, if we're gonna do this item, we're gonna have to cut this item to pay for it. I'm trying to keep it just as high level, just a refresher for, for many of y'all, but, so, this is our Public Works Department, and specific to our streets department. We have 3 items that we use pretty regularly, and Mr. Gerald can chip in where I need information, or if you have any information that I forget, Gerald. So that being said, we have 3 items that we use pretty regularly. 2 of them are on the very last. They're on the last, whatever you want to call it. It's in the last twilight years of their life, and we're just doing everything we can to keep them on the road. That being said, when we're building a road, everything is critical that it works for us to finish that project. When we go in and dig up a road and mix it, and we bring in cement and add water, and we start mixing that and layering that road back up, if one of our items go down, one of our main pieces of equipment go down, we're in a pickle. And it's happened several times this last 2 or 3 years. And we're running and trying to borrow equipment from the counties. The county's running a piece of equipment over to help us, or we've had to go in there and completely break this road up and remix it, spending lots of money and waste. One of the items that we do not have is, and I'll start with this one, is our pad foot roller. We have one. We have one like this, but it's a smooth drum roller. It is not pad foot. This right here works for compaction. The smooth drum roller it does help on some compaction, but it works for finishing. It finishes the process over. It hits the high and pushes those down to meet the lows. So whether we're working in asphalt or the finished layers of road base, the smooth drum roller works really well. It does not work well for building and stabilizing the roads. The roads that we're going in right now and replacing and rebuilding, we're seeing, and I got a chunk and I had to bring it in here, but we're seeing the layer of asphalt, a little bit of road base, to a total of probably 2 inches, and then after that, whatever's underneath, whether it be, hopefully, if it's iron ore, that's good, if it has some iron ore substance in it, but a lot of times it's nothing but clay and mud. And so that's why our roads are just in shambles, because it was never constructed properly. So when we rebuild these roads, we pull a lot of that material out, we mix it in and add Portland cement, lime, road base, and we build that up in layers. This machine is required to compact that and get a solid base back up to the finished level of the curbs or the ditch lines. Then we can put the asphalt, and we got a road for a long time. We don't have this item.
If I could add to this item also, when we use the flat wheel roller, drum motor is about 4 foot wide. So what you're actually doing, you're actually rolling a 4 foot pad, but it's not getting any compaction. When you're mixing, most times we mix about 8 to 10 inches deep. So when you pull that material out, you start to lay it back in layers. The flat wheel drum is better used for when you're laying asphalt, and you're coming in with small asphalt, you roll it. Small area asphalt, you roll it. It works better for that. This pad foot roller, if you see up the picture on it, it has some little knobs on it. That's for the compaction. So that when you go in and you put your cement, you mix it, you add your water to it, when you run that roller pounds in, with those little knobs, it pounds in for compaction. And most of the time, you can pretty well tell when you need to put your rubber top roller on it. Is when that roller has compacted it so that it's not compacted anymore. So the rubber top roller is best suited for when you're finishing up on the top layers, as well as the steel wheel. But this particular roller is best for whenever you are reclaiming or mixing the streets to get your compaction that you need in order to get longevity out of your streets.
Thank you.
So, in short, this is an item that we currently do not have, so this would be a new acquisition. We bought one similar to this one about 3 years ago, and it was that smooth drum roller. So using those numbers, plus some appreciation, and also pulled up some online auctions and whatnot, we do have a local cat dealer who will be looking out for some deals for us. So these, I don't have an item specifically that says, hey, I found this one for $70,000 and we got to move on it right now or we're going to lose it. $70,000 is a pretty reasonable budgeted number for about a 10-year and newer machine. You know, if we go back 2016 plus, or you know, and less, we found several in that category, and that's about what we paid. We paid $58, I think, for our last one 3 years ago. Our next two items, these are items, and as Mr. Gerald said, our oil truck and our chip spreader. These are items that we currently have, but they're items that are getting older and we're having more problems keeping them alive. We have a local dealer and service center that works on these trucks and sells these trucks right here. They're Etnire units. And a new unit, just in rough numbers, a brand new unit, if I was to get a 2024 model, is right at $300,000 for this truck with the tank, with the distributor system and everything. There's two other options though. Our chassis, the truck itself, the cab, the motor, the transmission, is in good shape. Even though it is a 90, I think I wrote it down, but yeah, it's a 26-year-old, so it's 1998 model, but it only has like 6,000 miles on it. Really low mileage since we've owned it. We don't, you know, unless it's just for the portion of the street that we're working on, it's in decent shape. However, all the internal controls, the electronics, the computer, it has a computer system in there that operates those spray tips and lowers the bars to where you can say, I want 10-foot, 16-foot, 20-foot paths. So all of that is what we're having issues with. We're having lots of issues with it, with all the tips turning on and turning off at the right time. And that's problematic. So we need to be able to start, like if we're coming in off an intersection and we want to start from here and stop here, sometimes it doesn't stop when we want it to stop. It just keeps on pouring oil. And sometimes it won't start, so we got to go back over oil that we just poured down and try to patchwork in missing spots. And so some of the areas where you're seeing some of the roads that we've done within the last 4 or 5 years where you start seeing, it's just not a good application of oil. And now you have some of that rock busting loose or a patch missing. So now we're having to go back and pothole repair those roads that we've done. So this truck is a problem for us. Can we get by? We have been getting by. How much longer? It's just the quality of the work is what's suffering currently. This dealership are putting together some quotes to what they're doing is wanting to give us a price for removing all those components and leaving the truck, possibly the tank, putting a new burner and heater on it, but just replacing the internal controls, the computer, the spray bar, all those moving parts and airlines, and basically rebuilding the parts that are causing us problems and not worrying about the truck chassis itself. And their estimates were in the neighborhood of $100,000 to $120,000 for rebuilding those parts. We feel like with that same truck, even though it is 26 years old, it's in good shape. It's a diesel engine, pre-emissions, no DEF systems and things that we got to worry about, which is a plus. And we feel like we can get another 10 plus years just getting those components replaced. What did I miss?
I'm gonna add to it, when you talk about this asphalt distributor, it has a computer unit on it, and that's what John was referring to. Each nozzle has a number. So if I wanted to, put an application down, and I was gonna use, I don't know, 10 foot of the bar, I could turn on 2, 4, 6, 7, get down to a 10, I can turn the rest of the bar off, right? Okay? Our computer on this truck now, you might turn it off.
But it may.
You might spray it for a test run, but by the time you get from our shop out there, the computer has made its mind up to do something else. So you get lined up, you get everything laid out, and you go to shoot, and lo and behold, 2 of them may shoot over here, and 4 may shoot over here. So now we got a mess, because we're dealing with RC-250, we're dealing with oil, we're dealing with the possibility of people getting on their vehicles. So that opens a whole new window of how you're gonna clean a vehicle. You know it's your own fault, you should know, but you're doing it. So this truck is
It's a mind.
it's a tedious piece of equipment that we got to have, but yet it's sensitive. It's real sensitive. I believe that those individuals, when they give us their recommendation, we had an our representative come down and look at it, along with this shop, look at it, and we explained what was going on with the machine. So they wrote a detailed list of things, and they're trying to compile that information for us. But in order to get a finished product and finished right, this is a very important piece of equipment.
Well, it's tied to our streets, so it's a good streets to see. Get a bad road.
The last one is our chip spreader. This is a chip spreader here, except ours does not look like that one, because ours is from 1979, and this one's about 2010. So we have a 1979 chip spreader, and we're having some of the same issues. We actually, because of our mechanics who work wonders for us, we've been able to be very creative in how to keep this truck, this piece of equipment on the road. But we're having problems with it more and more that we're not able to address. We went in and was able to replace and rebuild the clutch system, but a lot of the gears don't work on it. It'll only run in, like, I think, 2nd or 3rd gear. So it starts off very fast, and so it's not we can't really control this piece of equipment like we should. The brakes work. We got the brakes working finally, right? That was a problem also.
But the main thing is being that you have to start in a higher gear, it's harder to get your application of rock to cover your asphalt.
Yep.
So either you're gonna start off, try to clutch it and start off a little slower, and you have to build up, then you have to get back to your rate, or you try to hit it, run it wide open, and your rate, either way, your rate is not gonna be like it needs to be in order to cover your asphalt.
We've tried to look at options on getting the transmission replaced, getting it fixed. We're having problems sourcing transmission, as well as people that are willing to work on it. But that being said, I've found chip spreaders anywhere from $50,000 and on up. If you get too cheap, you're finding other people like us trying to sell ours for a gym, Yeah. And so we do want something that's been tested by, a dealership and is serviceable and not too old. doesn't have too much wear and tear on it. So that's in short, probably the three, if we had to narrow it down to three of the items that we have to deal with, some of our biggest problems while we're trying to build streets, it would be those three items there. Any questions on those, or additions, or questions, or comments, or?
And probably move just as everybody's focused on streets these days.
Think from the street, there's so much more expense that starts way before the street gets done, and that's curbing and gutter, and our water lines and our sewer lines underneath them. And as we move forward, you'll see the roads that were selected, that we're doing this year, were in the works 2 to 3 years ago to get the water lines replaced. And so that's what I'll keep coming back to council. Where are we going next year and the next year, so I can start working on those water lines and curbs and gutters and things of that nature this year. But to street department equipment, those are the three items. Miss Judy, are you ready? Did you bring that from the talker?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Are there multiple copies, or can we just share them? Oh, that's way too much to copy.
No, we don't want them.
Well, just, we can talk about it and let them just look through that one copy afterwards or something. I'm not sure why that's.
So, let's see.
About 3 years ago, the endowment board in the library came up with a program to become, I guess, more accessible to our community, get out in our community more, instead of having a brick and mortar library hidden kind of behind the trees that some people don't know about. We somehow to get our services out in the community, people at nursing homes, the charter school, Jordan School, Vista Academy, they didn't even have a library, for so many years. They used to have a library, but last several years they didn't have an active library in their school. So we also provided services to them. We would go out there, kids could order all their books, we could deliver them all, they could also look and find other books, and so I'll let Judy talk about it a little bit, I guess, about the program. She did put together some information for us on the bookmobile, but just in short, it was a great idea, but it was also not completely thought through as far as the costs. It's one thing to buy it up front, but then it's another thing to keep it on the road and running. And so we realized that we have some things that we need to do to start working on the long term. Are we going to keep this program alive, or are we going to look at it, any changes that necessary? And so I believe these are pretty conservative numbers. The fuel is not much. It is a propane tank. It uses we got the Brazos transit buses, one of those green buses, and so it's a propane system. So the fuel is not too much, but you do have insurance, and you have things that happen, things that go wrong on the vehicle. Something breaks, needs to be fixed, and so I needed to put this in our actual expenditure, a line item in our budget every year for us to be paying for this to keep it on the road. If y'all look at, there's the bookmobile info right after that capital request. It just gives an idea just over this last year what has gone into it, what the places it's gone, and you want to talk a little bit about your increase in the.
I do. First of all, when I began in December of 2020, we were just.
We'll let you come on.
When I began in December of 2020, we were just coming right out of the pandemic. And so one of the things that we discovered then is that the library wasn't really being utilized as well as it could have been. And part of the problem was because we have so many underserved So we discussed how we would get out into the community, and one of the things that we talked about was having a bookmobile. What we didn't really just take into consideration at that time was that, because the library has to get certification each year from the Texas Library Association. And what we found out after the first year is that the bookmobile is considered a branch of the library. So it's like we have Crockett Public Library, but the bookmobile is a branch of that library. So that's just like having two libraries. And we were blessed in a sense when we purchased the bookmobile, because I wrote a letter to the J.B. Catherine South Foundation and asked them for any kind of donation. We only asked for $5,000 because we weren't really sure how much the bookmobile was going to cost us. They gave us $75,000, which basically
$7,500.
took care of a greater amount of what we were going to have to use for a purchase. Our board members started searching different places to purchase the bookmobile. We were fortunate enough to find one that was a little bit over $8,000, so it didn't run us too much over that. But as John stated, with different things that happened, we had a couple of little fender benders or whatever in the bookmobile. And because there was no line item for this, it just kind of put us in a bind. Like he said, fuel is not a great expense of ours, but anyway, when we finally got the bookmobile equipped for circulation, the first thing that I did was start contacting different organizations, schools, whatever, to see how we would be able to service them. I did talk with Kelly Stotts from the Housing Authority, and normally when we do library cards, everything's done online and they have to come into the library. But we actually manufactured a paper application, which we sent over to the Housing Authority. She, in turn, sent it to all of her tenants who had children. And that way they were able to get applications into us so that they would have library cards. And that was in lieu to us trying to figure out how we were going to schedule visits to them. We didn't have as much success with that as we thought. So our next step was that we started contacting the nursing homes. With that, we went to Wingfield, we went to Whitehall. They agreed to be a part of the bookmobile program. So we would go out to them every 3 weeks and take books to the residents there. Also, we went out to the Senior Citizen Center. We were doing the same thing with them. Now, our greatest achievement with the bookmobile was the Quest Academy. I spoke with their secretary at Christmas in Crockett last year and told her of our interest to come to Quest Academy. I've been trying to get in touch with their director for a while and had not been successful. Well, she went back and talked to Stacy Easterly, who was the director of Quest, and she was more than happy to have the bookmobile come to visit them. So just like we had done paper applications for the Housing Authority, we did that for Quest as well. And we had an overwhelming success with that. We had over 100 kids that actually turned in applications. So that's where our biggest increase in the use of the bookmobile came. And we went to Quest every 3 weeks, just like we did with all of the other facilities. But just to give you an idea of, I think when we started looking back in January of 2023, we did not have, do you have that, John?
Yeah.
Just from the beginning of January all the way up to June of this year, we have actually had more than 900 and something books that have gone out to kids. So that increased our numbers tremendously. And I think a lot of it was because people were, we don't even have the kids that come to the summer program like we would like for them to. And one of the things that we wanted to do this summer, but we've been kind of put on hiatus for a while, is I talked back to Kelly. She had agreed to let us go to the Housing Authority Community Center and do activities this summer with the kids so that we would be able to take the library to the kids, because like I said, most of them don't have a way to get to the library. So that's the one thing that we are really, really working on, is trying to make sure that every kid that's in our community has access to the library. And that's kind of basically where we are. So,
Okay.
any questions or anything on?
I like the Bedmobile. I love the library. It just reminds you of times past. The kids, even the ones that don't get the library card, they like to circle around it and just look at it. And I think it was a good.
One of the things that we try to do too, because when we do the summer reading program, when we order books from Scholastic, they give us so many free books. So in the past years, we have been able to take those free books that we get from Scholastic, and we try to get a count of the number of students that are in the lower grades. And before the summer reading program ends, we take those books over to the kids. So, you know, we're doing whatever we can to try to get those kids, like I said, books in their hands. This past, before school was out this past year, we were able to go over to early childhood, and we did bags with books and different little things, activities, so that the kids would have access to that too. And Dr. Abs has shared with us that he would like the bookmobile to, you know, make visits over to early childhood, because I understand that their library got destroyed, I think, in one of the rains that we had, flooded. And so they're in the process of trying to get that reestablished. But in the meantime, if we could go over with the bookmobile, that would help them out.
And we like the fact that y'all extended the food program.
Yes, ma'am. This is our second year of participating in the summer food program. So we have kids that come in 5 days a week from 12 to 1, and they're able to pick up lunch. It serves kids that are from the ages of, well, toddlers all the way up to 18. It will also serve up to the age of 21 if there is a disability or a handicap as well. And something that we started this year that we had not been able to do before is they call it grab and go, because in the past they had to be there in the facility and eat the food in the facility. But this year, if they came in, we could give them a meal and they could leave with it. And we lost a lot of kids last year because with parents working, they don't always have the time to come and sit with their kids during that lunch hour. So, you know, now they can come by and say, hey, I'm on my lunch break, my kid needs to eat, and we can send that meal out with the kids.
Oh, that's awesome.
And also during that time, we also try to make sure that we have some type of activity on the table that we can provide for the kids as well.
Oh, that's good.
Well, you can talk about this real quick, this next one. But anyway, the bookmobile, like I say, it's not a big budgeted item. However, if we are going to continue it, we do have some repairs that need to be made on the bus. Judy and I have been talking about ways that, one, it's a decent sized bus, but it's not a bus that requires commercial driver's license and, you know, lots of training. But Judy had talked to the school district for the guy out there that does training, safety training, and
yes, his name is escaping me right now, but he's the director of transportation at CIS.
that's Baker.
Yes,
Yeah.
I spoke with him the other day, and he agreed to send their trainer over to the library because, like John said, we've had, you know, a couple little incidents with the bookmobile.
Exactly.
So he has
A little
agreed to
car.
come over and work with the employees that are going to drive the bookmobile, so that we would at least kind of have an idea, because if you've never driven a vehicle that big, that's a challenge for, you know. And so he's actually going to come over next week and start the training with our employees so that they will be able to, you know, better handle the bookmobile. One of the things that, because it does not require a CDL, you need to have a regular Class C driver's license to drive the bookmobile. But one of the things that he really stressed when he and I sat down and talked is that it was good each time that the bookmobile goes out, to do a checklist of all the things that we need to be aware of when driving the bookmobile.
especially at work, you know, being around kids or elderly or things of that nature where they might not be looking out for themselves as well.
And a lot of
We
these,
started out trying to get volunteers to do that, but in the end, it ended up, in fact, you know, it was probably better for our employees to do it, because we did have a volunteer that came out, and the very first time he came out, he backed into a vehicle. Thank God it wasn't damaged or anything, but it has been better just with our employees rather than any outside. You have a question?
no, I was gonna say, a lot of these kids on the internet now.
Yeah, our
They don't wanna
services.
just come to the library and just get books no more. They just get right on the internet and find whatever book they want.
Well, that's true, and you know, the library does have it where, you know,
Yeah,
because
that's
we
what
have
I'm saying.
several, online programs that they can access. But the library, even with the bookmobile, anything that they can check out from the library, they can check out from the bookmobile. And then we also carry on the bookmobile any information about the online services that we have. So we actually, purchase different programs that the kids can have. In the past year, because we had parents that came in, because we do service some Hispanics in the community, and we saw an increase with them last year, so we purchased a program that was called Mango Language. It's online. They don't have to come into the library and use it. All they need is a library card. So they can get on there and they can learn Spanish. And, you know, even with, some of the outreach that we did this year, we went over to Quest Academy. We did an ESL program with them where we took books over that were in English and Spanish. So whatever we can do, that's what we're doing to try to just make sure that the kids in our community are well served.
Yes.
Yeah, we prioritized, I know when our last director retired from the library, in just going out and finding our next library director, we wanted somebody that could help us make the library relevant, not just do the same old, you know, library needs to be a whole lot more than just a few books or a lot of books. There's so many other services that the library, in order to be relevant to the community, can become. And we'll maybe do another workshop just on the library, but there's just so much that just recently, just the last month, put in some, what do you call them? Pods where you can go in, you can either have work interviews, computers set up there to where you can get on Zoom or whatever and have a work interview for a job or a medical appointment for doctors, online doctors now. And you have and it's completely sealed and quiet where you can get in there and just all kinds of services that we have now that just trying to get out there more, like on the internet, you know.
Like you said, they work on the internet. Sometimes the internet's not there, but they have
We
access
have
to the internet.
computers where
that
you can go in there.
come and use the internet. If you don't, your computer break down, you can go do your homework up there. I love it.
Another thing that I wanted to talk about on the library that's going to require some commitment is, so library applied last year for the Talker Foundation is a family, it's a group that has funds for renovations of libraries in small communities, trying to keep the libraries alive in the smaller communities. And they had access to architects, to designers, to people that have contracts with companies for furniture, for shelving, for flooring, for lighting. These guys go in all across the U.S. and do library renovations. So this Talker Foundation, what they if we qualified, and we did, they would come in, send the architect in, do all the design work, which costs a lot of money up front. And a lot of times people don't go that next step because they don't know what they need up front, you know, so they don't know how much it's going to cost, and they can't afford an architect to come in and survey the entire building and put spec sheets, list item, you know, 23 shelves, this, that, and the other, you know, this many light and so much square foot and they come in and they, from colors, paint colors, you know, what is the...
They did everything down from the shelving to the furniture, just basically everything. I mean, we even looked at fabrics for all the
seating and...
locations that would be better organized for the library. I mean, we have a great library, but with the way things are expanding and the way different parts of the library need to be accessible, they looked at all of that. So
they use best practices from around like I say, we're from around the U.S. as well as ways to increase that accessibility. Like when you walk into the library right now, what is it, 7-foot shelves? They were just, I thought that was pretty interesting. You know, towering shelves, you feel kind of intimidated. You're like, you can't see the forest for the trees because there's just so many books, and changing it to more of a Barnes and Noble, like just a more bringing the shelves down. That you don't need 16,000 books on hand. We have access to enter the library. Like if there's a specific book that we haven't rented out in 10 years, then we probably need to let it go and replace it with stuff that's more relevant. And then if they really want that book, we have access to it, overnight it. We do the same thing with other libraries. So bringing the shelves down, changing the lighting out, putting more seating, fixing the library up where it could be a really state-of-the-art library. They did the upfront cost for all the architectural design, specs, everything for that, and then was willing to donate up to $100,000 of a match towards this project. Their initial quotes on this project was
The initial quote was $270,185.
So $270,000 is what their estimates, and that's using all their contract vendors, suppliers that for a lot better price than I could go on, somewhere and buy them myself. They buy hundreds of the units and they get better prices. $270,000. That leaves a delta of $170,000 roughly. We feel like if we put some skin in the game and we put some commitment towards this project, there's some other private organizations or donors that we feel like we could go to and say, hey, we have this in grant funding, this in city funding. Otherwise, we're quickly with today's age, with internet and everything else, we're gonna be fighting just to stay relevant, for people to want to use our services, to need our services, GED programs. What are the things that we can provide and how to provide them better? Classrooms, accessibility, getting out in the community, the bookmobile program. So it's going to be a fight to stay ahead of and provide services that big cities are providing. This is an opportunity to capture about $100,000 towards that project if we can provide some match funding. Does it have to be $100,000 of our own? I don't know. I think anything that we can put towards it and then start fighting to put some matches together. At least it shows some commitment with the Talker Foundation that we are wanting to go forward with the process. Maybe not completely commit ourselves to it, but say, yes, we want to try to get your money and get this to take place at our library.
And actually, John, I was fortunate enough to go to the Texas Library Association conference this past year, and they were at the conference. And I was able to talk to them about this project. And one of the things that they did assure me is that since we had not officially applied, it wouldn't be like us losing the opportunity to get the $100,000. But like with everything else, the cost of living goes up. So the sooner that we could try to find any matches or grants or whatever out there, that it would really be beneficial to us. So they've done this homework on this, and like I said, it may be just a change in the expense of, whatever furniture or whatever that we were.
Some of that could be changed a little bit. They did already commit about $10,000 for an architect to come in and do the upfront work. So they've already made a pretty good commitment to their library. Spent quite some time there.
And I can leave this here, so if
Okay.
anybody wants a copy of it, they can see everything that they agreed with us on that.
Okay.
So that's no problem.
All right, and the last one, you don't have to stand for this one if you want to. You don't have to stand for this one, but the last one is we have some sidewalk and parking problems at the library.
Yes, we do.
With especially our well, even during the school season, but our summer programs, we're completely out of capacity. We got kids running across the roads. back and forth trying to, and we're borrowing other people's parking lots. We're out of space. And so, but we do have space. It just needs to be developed a little bit better. We have some problems with sidewalks and drainage from our property and our neighboring property, the Monroe Crook House. Them being a lot higher than us, they have a lot of water problems or water runoff coming onto our property, where our sidewalk is continually under silt, mud, and then obviously mold if it's wet, it's been raining. So we're always out there trying to clean it, pressure wash it. And so, I know y'all been at the library, but where the sidewalk comes in from the main entrance, from that parking lot, the bigger parking lot, we need a retaining wall and better drainage system on this side, on the right-hand side, to hold back the flow, the silt from the Monroe. And then extend that sidewalk on around. We have, I believe it was around 60 feet of sidewalk that's missing. It needs to be finished out. And we have that other parking spot across from the Methodist Church on the Goliad side. So right across the Methodist Church, we have that where we used to have an old building that we tore down several years ago. We have the foundation there. We have a good solid foundation. What I'd like to do is build that up with some hot mix coal asphalt, stuff that we have. Go in there and grade that, make a parking lot out of that, and then extend that sidewalk over to it, to where we have room for, I believe we said 7, maybe 7, 8 more parking spaces.
Faculty parking.
And that's what
over
that,
to
yep.
Make it a faculty parking.
Move the bus over
and
there.
the faculty parking, that'll give you,
Yes.
free up that about.
A couple of weeks ago, John and Councilman Hicks came over and we kind of did a tour of all of that. So I invite all of you, to just come over and kind of take a look at what he's talking about, because we really.
Especially if it's raining.
Yeah. On the Goliad side, on the Methodist Church side of the building, we have a sidewalk that is all eroding now. The dirt is coming out from underneath that sidewalk. We need retention walls. We need all that built back up. Otherwise, we're fixing to lose that sidewalk and not have any access. I think we can capture it right now and for a minimal price, fix it to where that sidewalk is kept in good shape. Otherwise, it's not gonna last much longer. Okay.
Where the money come from?
Any other questions on library?
Yes, sir. Just asking, so with us doing that, parking lot in back for the employees or whatever, will we be able to have a, awning, for the employees to enter into is that the rear or is that considered as the front?
That's actually the old, I believe that used to be the front on that side. We're using the front access on the Houston side now. We would have to, so you're saying put like a canopy from that parking lot over to the Goliad side door by the Methodist
Yes, where
Church?
the employees could enter into there in case of inclement weather.
Yeah, we can. I didn't figure that into that price, but that's obviously an opportunity. It shouldn't cost.
Can we
Or
just
would it
look at
be-
it? I mean,
I wonder would it be, like you said, if you put it on that same sidewalk side?
Right, that's what.
I thought you meant on the front door.
Oh, no,
side.
no,
Yeah,
no,
not-
no.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant the,
Yeah.
okay. You didn't mean the original door, okay.
Yes, but
Oh.
on the, what the Goliad
Just to the
side,
extension, the
Yeah.
the one, behind the Monroe.
Okay. Anything else?
That's good. I love a library.
We really do have it's a hidden little gem over there that we just need to push a lot heavier, stronger in the community. They'll have 50, 60 kids out, the summer reading program. I went there I don't remember what I was there for last week, and I'm like,
Over
On the
100 kids
floor,
registered
they
for
were
the summer
everywhere.
program. Of course, they come at different times because of this being the summer and parents scheduling vacations and whatever. But usually Tuesdays are our largest days. But for the most part, our children's library does story time on Tuesdays. We usually do crafts or something on Thursdays. We're doing everything from showing movies to the kids to we've had mini musicals. So there's a lot of stuff there for the kids to do.
And then they had something for seniors to do. They had a couple of tea.
tea party, tea time.
They had 2 tea parties, I loved it.
So-
We do service the kids, but we're also trying to figure out how we can introduce, adult programming as well. And I will say that, here in the last month, I think I've just been there 2 months now, we have an outreach person hired. She's part-time, so she takes care of all of our social media and tries to get, contact with different organizations in the community to try to figure out what it is that we can do to, be a little bit more far-reaching.
John, what about, and so, do we know how long this library has been in operation?
Oh, yeah, one of our, is it okay us talking about
It's
the,
up to you.
What's that?
Ms. Wooter? Or is it,
Yes.
is it okay talking about that, or?
Sure. You wanna talk?
Well, just in short,
Just fine.
we're, next year will be our 50th year anniversary for the library.
Man.
Since that library was built and put into service for our community. And we feel like, on the, using the grant funds, some commitment of our own, like I said, she's already expressed some intent, upon our demise to help us out with some more funds on the library. We're wanting to kind of wrap that up into a 50-year anniversary, just upgrade of everything and really do like another open house and just a nice event, 50th year anniversary event.
That sounds good.
And so, I don't want to speak too much for someone, but that's one of our thoughts is potentially that we could get some additional assistance to go towards this match.
Well, that's, give you something to do, to look forward.
We're excited, I'm excited.
Well, I've used the library since it was down on the square. We could walk to it, and then when they moved to the new location. And it's always been a
Yeah,
good thing.
that's
So it's
nice.
been a blessing to me as well, so.
All right, moving to our, out of the library, moving into G8, our next, right.
This one?
No, that should be.
Oh, I thought you had another. Oh, yeah, that's it, that's.
It might have come into, printed off batches.
Okay. That's all. Oh, wait a minute, here's one. Well, here's
It's right
one.
here.
Oh.
So if you go after the library, the next, looks like 5 outlay forms. If you start at the last
I
one,
didn't start at the first time, I did. Was this the library?
No,
Okay,
no.
I pitched the roof. I think I folded it. I was in the library for it.
yeah, that's the civic center. So
Okay, this is.
the animal shelter.
Okay, animal shelter. Yes, the animal people.
So council has already approved us to spend $20,000. So far, we've rebuilt the foundation. We had to go in there and re-level. We hired a concrete foundation crew to come in and re-level the building. And that repaired cracks in the walls. It created other cracks, but it repaired all the exterior brick cracks and stuff and really leveled where all the doors are closing and shutting and everything's in good shape. We're currently in there caulking, painting, repairing the interior walls, and ceiling. With the remaining of the funds, we'll be able to put the flooring in, the ceiling tile, and finish the painting. A lot of it we're kind of doing in-house and only using contractors where needed, so we got a lot of work done for that $20,000. However, some of the other items, and I'll touch on it briefly, this is another topic for discussion later with council, but we're in the final stages of completing a contract with a veterinarian for a P3 agreement, a private partnership, public partnership agreement that can come in, run our facility, run our animal shelter, along with running their own clinic there. But they'll provide all the animal services that we need, veterinarian services. We don't have to hire a veterinarian to come in or pay somebody on staff. Spaying, neutering, shots, euthanizations, if necessary, anything and everything that those dogs need for us to get them prepped for adoption to either go to Houston or to potentially have like some adoption, what do they call them? Anyway, just adoption days or whatever,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
they have that.
once a month or whatever. So that was my biggest concern, is just the annual
What's going on,
cost in all those services can be addressed by this veterinarian providing those services. They will also provide cover the cost for all the operational costs, right? We only pay for what it's gonna cost for the medicines specific to those dogs and those items, those, supplies like dog food and things like that. She covers the operational expense and staffing. The building, however, though, needs a few more things for it to really be used properly. It needs a few more things. It needs painting. The exterior needs to be painted. It needs a fence. There's a couple missing areas that need some fencing, and then it really needs a fence across the front of that building to where people cannot get access to the back
Just walk
buildings
into it, yeah.
and drop dogs off or pick or
Yep.
snatch a dog that was picked up, without paying
Without
for the
paying the
spaying and
fee for
neutering
it.
and everything that took place.
You gotta have some.
So
security.
putting a security fence across the front and then some cameras. Our estimates are right at 30,000 to finalize that building. The costs for that building to be in good usable shape. Most of everything else we'll be able to do in-house cleaning and getting everything ready. But overall, the building is in good shape. Any questions on that one?
So you're saying there'll be a veterinarian come in and do his business there?
So the veterinarian that we're talking with, they will be able to have their own clinic, like a full-on animal shelter, or not an animal shelter, a clinic.
When we bought that building, they didn't make us sign a non-compete or anything?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, and the good thing about it, like I said, that's where the money would come in to keep it operational.
Yeah.
If somebody's there to do it, and, like, we do know we gotta have an animal shelter, there's no ifs,
Yeah.
ands, and buts about it. I take deer, one of them ran across my yard yesterday.
No?
Fun.
My concern would be, the medicines,
Yeah.
purchasing.
So that- and that's why
The cost of the medicine,
Right.
because we already know the expense of our medicines. So, the cost for medical care for animals as well is gonna be very costly for our city.
And that's why using someone that has access to all of that, to where all of that will fall under her operations. We'll just pay for the shelf cost of those medicines, but we don't have to stock them, keep inventory. A lot of them are controlled drugs and things of that nature that you have to have licenses for. That addresses a lot of those issues, that where we would have to hire a veterinarian for all those services. And we currently paying our local veterinarians, it has been proven to be pretty expensive. And they'll help, and they're willing to help. They've been helping us,
There, yeah.
but it's with a cost. It's a pretty expensive cost, like you're saying, the medicines and things of that nature are not cheap.
The shelf cost, what do you mean? What are you?
Just for the item itself. So as the items are running your own service clinic, you're gonna keep all these items on the shelf already, right? We don't have to pay for all the inventory, only as used.
Okay.
Whereas when you're running an animal shelter without that ability, we would have to keep our own inventory and stock.
Take some
And if they
money.
expire, then we bought these medicines for nothing and we have to get rid of them. And so having the relationship with a veterinarian is gonna be pretty critical if we're gonna be able to afford to keep this animal shelter up and running.
Now, we also gotta remember that also these medicines have expiration dates.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
So basically, you have an expiration date, you're saying that we're gonna have to replenish those as well.
Yeah, we
So-
won't. With a veterinarian,
Okay.
they
You
keep
won't.
their own stock.
Gotcha.
We only pay for what we use.
Okay. What about?
So like with this, these are some costs
Detail.
that no matter how we move forward, this is gonna have to be addressed. My goal is to present council with all of our cost options in running this clinic, whether it be with this partnership or whether it be with another vet and we contract those services out. Whatever it is, I will be presenting council with those. It's just, I know that in order for us to have a working facility, we need at least some of these basic things completed on that building before we can running it as an animal shelter.
Okay. And we also considered if the shelter becomes overpopulated or full to capacity.
Yeah, well,
What do we do?
we have capacity, I mean, we won't bring in dogs that we can't keep, so that's
We have
how we
to
control
ship
it.
them.
Yeah, by contract.
You have to do that.
Yeah, all of those will probably be discussed better under like our veterinarian
Okay.
agreements and process to bring to council for budget allocations on that.
Sure.
Just the one-time expenses, these are the ones that
Get it up.
I'm looking at right now. I don't have all those answers for you.
Yes, sir. I mean, I didn't, just.
All right, our administrative offices at the Civic Center. We have problems that we cannot eliminate with the flat roof on the offices that are over the Civic Center, the administrative offices. No matter what we've done, we actually replaced that flat roof along with the rest of the roof when we did the auditorium of the Civic Center. That was one of the areas that we replaced, and we put there's the two new air conditioner units that are on top. That's not old curbs, the curbs that is set on and everything. Everything is new and it leaks. We've eliminated all the leaks inside the offices, all the back offices that used to be leaking with the internal gutters. It had an internal gutter system, and that's a horrible concept.
So is a flat roof.
It's a flat roof.
It's
It's a
horrible.
swimming pool on top of your building.
That's exactly.
And it's going to leak. And so everything that I've done, the monies that we've spent and thrown at it, trying to stop the leaks from happening, have not stopped the leaks from happening. Like I said, we eliminated all the leaks inside the offices because the roof, where it was pitched, it still went into internal gutters, and then it had a parapet wall outside those gutters. Those leaked. So we just extended that roof over top of, up to the edge of the parapet, eliminated the interior gutters, leak stopped. So the only way that I can really guarantee that this is gonna stop leaking is by continuing that pitched roof that's over the main building, and it goes to a flat roof and then ties into the Civic Center. Extend that pitched roof all the way over to the Civic Center and just eliminate all the flat roof. Just have a gable that completely ties into the Civic Center.
Will it bear the weight?
Yes, sir.
It will.
Yes, sir. I don't know what else to do. We're having those leaks.
I know.
We went out and just over and over have gone through and just looked for pinholes. We coated the whole thing just in case. And
It's still leaking.
It's still leaking.
You see it leaking.
we went up inside there and it's just coming down and following like electrical conduits, the old electrical conduits. Water will just be running down the bottom of it and just dripping anywhere along that area. So it's just a horrible design.
Yeah, a flat roof is just like a street. I mean, water settles on it, it's gonna mess it up.
I'm letting you know that I think, you know, for all of our interior work, everything is in really good shape. Right now, we just stopped work on the bathroom area where the leaks are happening. We just stopped work in there until we can address the roof issue. But the longer we let it happen, the water is getting into the walls, running down the metal studs, things of that nature. We're mopping and everything. We haven't seen any mold, but there will be, you know, if we don't manage the air conditioning and run that correctly. If you turn the air conditioner off for a couple of weeks, that building would be full of mold. So tying that in, I did reach out to a couple of our contractors trying to get some quotes. We believe this is probably, and like I say, all of these I can't go out and pre-bid until if council approves, I will go out, and then I'll have to go through the bid process, you know. We'll go through the bidding process on that. But these are some estimates of the cost to close that roof in and extend it all the way over to the Civic Center and eliminate that flat roof.
I think I mean, there's no point in trying to keep that building in that water. Every time you fix a wall, it drifts right back on. It's too repetitious. A waste of money. If you
The other thing at the Civic Center is the interior. I actually went and looking at the paint layers in the Civic Center, the lobby, this will be the first. The paint that's on there right now is original. So for 30 years, it's actually it's closer to 40 years. It was 85 in 1985, so that's 38 years. So either there was some repairs and paint already done, but there was only one layer of paint in that lobby area. So it's in relatively good condition if you really think about that, and the hundreds of thousands of people that's been in there. However, it's getting pretty ratty looking. It's starting to look, the corners are buckled in. There's plaster coming off. It really needs the lobby, the lower levels of the auditorium. We're not painting all the way to the ceiling, but going up 8 foot, there's a seam, repainting the walls in there and replacing all the rubber cove molding, just cleaning that up to where it looks nice. All the door trim painted, and the ceiling tile in the bathrooms and the kitchen. And the other item that this would address would be the epoxy. So the tile, the flooring, the vinyl tile that's in the bathrooms, it's all loose and popped up, and it's not sanitary.
Yeah.
We need to scrape all that off, and those two bathrooms and the kitchen be put. My thought is to put some of that heavy two-part epoxy paint and paint that concrete. Or we could go back with a CVT, a commercial vinyl tile, but it's gonna be more expensive. But I think painting it, and then and that's
that's
a lot cheaper. We
That's the
can go
tile
on.
they have at Life Point.
Well,
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
Have you seen-
that they redid it at Life Point.
Yeah, that they
The
redid
epoxy.
with is that
Yeah.
what they did
Yes,
it
ma'am.
with?
You mean did they stain it? Stain
No.
the concrete?
No, it's like,
No, you put an epoxy,
it's a
it's a paint,
Okay,
that's a
paint.
thick, durable paint.
Hilliard's thing at Life.
I don't like the Civic Center if you just left the concrete
That
floor
gym,
and
they
done,
changed
rather than
that
put
gym.
tile.
And
in.
that would be probably a reason, it'd be a little bit more expensive, but then you'd probably be done for a lot longer period of time.
Yeah.
But if we took that tile out and we went in there with a concrete, they sand it down to the concrete. They get all the residue and the glue off, and then polish and seal that floor, and just leave it concrete like the main auditorium.
Yeah.
And we could do that too.
That way, if there's ever a water issue, it's just on the concrete. It's not gonna get
Right.
under tile and stuff.
Yeah, I would recommend not putting tile back in there, either an epoxy or like you're saying, we could polish it down to concrete.
So even if we did that, like I said, if we did a stain in there and then put the epoxy over it, would that be sufficient as well?
I mean, yeah. Oh, you said with the inside.
Yeah, it'd be similar to that epoxy look.
Yeah,
just-
that's what it
It'd be
is.
stained instead of a colored.
I don't think you can stain concrete that old.
That is yeah, you may not be able to.
No, you just
You gotta,
have to
usually
put a
you have
paint
to
on
do
it.
that pretty
Oh.
quick. You have to do it pretty quick for it to absorb that stain.
Yeah, it's
But
not
I
porous
guess
anymore.
But I can bring that back to y'all.
The agreement is that it needs to be upgraded, right?
Okay,
Bottom line.
yes.
I think it's getting to the point to where it's a little embarrassing when, that it
Have
needs to
that
be
much
addressed.
traffic and that much.
We've addressed all the other horrible things. I mean, if y'all remember a few years ago, we were running around with garbage cans trying to get under the rain that was coming through the roofs. Everything, we're in a lot better shape, but I think we just kind of that's a big asset that's fixing to.
All right.
Two more items. Y'all want to stop for just a quick deal, or y'all just pushing through it, or?
Got a
Let's go.
bathroom
for-
break.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all just,
I'd rather get through.
all right, let's do it.
You can take a.
Um, Security cameras at the fire station and civic center. We currently do not have security cameras. We have cameras on all of our buildings, and
You're gonna have to.
in today's day and age,
For your protection.
for liability purposes, I highly recommend that we have burglar systems. We have no burglar systems on any city facility. except for maybe PD. And so we really need security cameras, and we need to prioritize moving into systems of security for our buildings. The fire station, the civic center, with as many thousands of people that we have going there monthly.
Yep.
We need at least on the main access points, you know, probably one over the auditorium itself, just in case of an event, something that happened, God forbid, but we need some type of security cameras. I had somebody go out there and look about what it would cost. In the Civic Center, they also got quotes. And so this is what one of our bids for the security systems, like we have here at City Hall and the police department, putting the same type of system in at the Civic Center and at the fire station.
Those are protection and safety.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
do you already know what company that is that did this?
Yes, sir. We
Who are
use them that did the City Hall to give us a quote so I can have budget numbers.
What's the company name, this or something?
PC Systems or PC Services. Yes, sir. Last item, we've talked about it. I really need y'all to tell me, I need y'all to give me a thumbs up or down on this one pretty soon. So we don't talk about it anymore, so I know either not to talk about it anymore, or to go ahead and do it, or anywhere in between. I'm okay with it, but I really feel like our city could do with some welcome signs to Crockett. The signs that we have currently are probably doing us more harm than good. They probably would look better if we just removed them completely. And if that's what council wants to do for the interim, please tell me so I can take care of that, because currently those signs, both of them are falling over, but we tried to clean them up and repaint them, and that's scabbing off. They don't really look like would be expected as a welcome sign coming into Crockett. And I've gotten some ideas how to get it done cheaper. I found some, like if you go to those the companies that make those signs, they're expensive. They're really expensive. And so finding ways that, hey, this will last forever. I know how to build something that'll last out of stone, some metal offset artwork, using people like Mosley or Robin Ogg, somebody that does metal work, that where we just mount it to it, have it backlit with some LED. We can build those signs a lot cheaper, and I know that they're built well with a foundation, with a battery, a solar system backlit, where we don't have to run electric services to it, things of that nature. I feel like between the city, I think we could approach the EDC for funds, share some of that, use some of our ARPA funds, whatever it might be. I think that this might be something that we need to address in one way or another. And I also, if you see in my outlay form here, we've already gotten the commitment. I was using a budget, and I believe we can come in under that, but some of the unknowns are the battery solar systems, the solar kits, but using getting bids for, and I bid it big, and we can downsize it, but I bid it 12-foot signs. So from here to that TV,
Oh, that's a real sign.
and 6 foot tall, and the metal work would go up about to 7 to 8 foot tall. So like big, something really nice and just stately coming in, using stone. Something along this line here. This is kind of a rough draft, but putting right across here, City of Crockett, right above Crockett, putting City of, having the pine trees kind of stand up and be offset from the stone, and backlit, backlit, put Paradise and the Pines on it. This is just some ideas. Yes, sir.
The first one looked better.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it
Oh,
stands
yeah,
out.
Yeah,
If
it
we
does.
was to choose one, my recommendation would be something similar to that first one, or that, like that, because it really would stand out when
Right.
people see it, so.
I mean,
that-
There's just so many options. There's so many
Yeah.
options, and I'll bring options. This is kind of my idea of, instead of like when you're going into Lufkin and you see that plastic thing that looks like a
Pine tree.
Strange.
Tree.
a log, you know, it's a tree log
Yeah,
there.
tree
Something like that was pretty expensive. I don't know if that,
Even
I
does the
didn't care
job.
for the look of
Well,
it.
like you said, the
Having something
format, I
nice
see
stone
what,
and-
like the format of that, like you could do the metal, the
Yeah.
that, but the format wouldn't be big with a little open area in between. That seemed to be something functional. But yeah, I think every city needs an entry.
and we have so many entries though. We have 6, so more so than a lot of cities. A
They
lot of
said
them have
all
kind of a.
roads lead to Crockett.
Oh, that's what I was fixing to say.
Y'all know that's our logo. Yeah. And every one of those streets are really heavy. I mean.
Yeah.
I mean,
And they're all heavily traveled streets. So we have 6 primary entry. We have 8 roads coming into Crockett, but 2 of them are combined, 19 and 287 and
And they're
7
all
and
state.
21. And they're all state and
They're
one
all state
US highway,
highways.
a US
You
highway
got, yeah,
too.
one US now.
So
Longest one in the US.
I believe that we could probably bring it down once, if council gives me the go-ahead, I can go out for bids and then I can solidify those quotes. But my rough estimate is just based on knowledge of stonework, metalwork, and so forth, about 25,000 apiece. I've already gotten a donation from Crockett Construction. He said that he'll buy one himself for the city, just to show his appreciation to the city of Crockett. He probably wants it on 721.
Oh, boy.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
By
if
his
you gonna pay
office.
for it, it's gonna be in my
But-
house, it's gonna be in my yard.
But I've also talked with TxDOT, and there's several areas that we believe that we can actually get it in. Typically, we have to buy or lease property adjacent to TxDOT right away. To do, we'll have to have like a little leased 20-year, 50-year spot. Since the width of our right-of-ways are what they are, in a lot of areas, we believe we can get it actually in right-of-way of TxDOT and not have to purchase or lease property.
So you be leasing from TxDOT?
No, it's public right-of-way. So we just get a permit to put it there. But for instance, in the 721 split, the big triangle out there in the front, in that triangle, we could put one there. 287 south coming in, you know, I would like to reach out to maybe Life Point Church and see if I could get a little 15 by 15 square foot little corner coming in, you know. We're just gonna have to be kind of opportunistic and find places to put them at all these entrances. And a lot of them is where the signs already are.
So we're kind of looking at a consensus, or is this something that we all believe that the city needs?
Just get a nice one, man. Get a nice one. Make
Okay.
it look
I want
Now,
it.
you
I want
know
it
the spot I'm
classy.
looking
I want
at.
it classy. I don't want something cheap. Like I say, I would rather just if y'all let me know, if y'all are good with it, we can at least remove the ones that we have there now, to where they're not.
So, I mean, so on the lease, back on the leasing issue. So how much is this gonna cost us?
Those are things that I'm gonna have to bring back to
Okay,
council.
okay.
My feeling is it won't cost us anything, or very, very little. Several of the landowners I've already talked to, and they said, you know, when I say lease, you have to lease it. If they wanna keep the property, we can negotiate a 50-year, 20-year lease
So
for
it'll come
$1.
back to them.
You know, for $1 or something. It's not like we're buying the property from them.
Okay.
It's their property.
That's what I
It's
was
just
asking.
allowing us to legally put it on their property and then not sell it and somebody come and pick it up the next, you know.
You put a
So,
house on that, on
yeah.
your 10 by 10.
So that's where I was at on the options.
I think the majority of them will be able to put them in TxDOT right away, where we don't have to lease from property owners. Or we negotiate, like I said, I've already spoken to some of them, they said they're not gonna charge us anything.
Yeah, that's the land
That
always
look good.
belong to them.
That look good. You coming into Crockett and you see nice
Okay? Okay,
Chill it to me. Nobody gotta use it.
y'all wanna do y'all wanna come?
That's,
Oh, well, I have 3 more. Let me just finish. And then I'll
Let
let
you finish.
police and fire. Okay, so these 3 items are appropriations. They're budgetary appropriations. They're not capital requests. These are not a one-time expense. If we do these are appropriations. like Ms. Hicks said earlier, there's cost of doing business. We're going to have to, we have not ever run an animal shelter before. Okay, I personally have never run an animal shelter and none of us have. So what is it going to cost to the penny? I can't tell you. I can't run a trending and say what this is gonna cost. But I have been able to reach out to other animal shelters and get some estimates. I've used some of our other city facilities and got estimates on our electricity costs, our insurance. We just used those numbers of known numbers that we have in other animal shelters and things of that nature and put together an estimate of what our first year's cost will be to run this thing. I was gonna go somewhere with that. Two items, two unfinalized items. One is the county has expressed interest to look at and possibly share. We have not reached any agreement. Is it 50-50? Is it $1 per dog? We don't know. We're gonna have to negotiate that and figure out what does it cost us. They do wanna be involved and not say that that's gonna be a city-run shelter and we don't wanna contribute anything towards it. A lot of help is just costs on like maybe trustee labor. Once a day, a couple people come in and help clean kennels and feed the dogs. That would take a big cost off of us. So there's a lot of things that could potentially bring this down. This is, I can only work with what I know and what I know, you know, I don't want to base this off of volunteer labor. We've had some people say, I'll come and volunteer. Well, that's a good idea. It's nice, but if you get tied up and this volunteer group doesn't show up, we can't think that they showed up today and then realize at the end of the day that the dogs weren't fed for the last 3 days, you know, or something. It has to be, we have to base it and run this shelter for success. Otherwise, we don't need to be involved in it. And then these volunteer groups and other well-meaning individuals can help subsidize and bring that cost down. So outside of the capital request cost that we've already presented, you know, just to get the building in good shape, this is our estimates. We included an increase in salary for a 7-day-a-week staff member, okay? Some of it's already going to be addressed. We already have a part-time animal control officer who will be performing a lot of those duties. So I'm only needing for the other, and he's working 3 days a week, so I'm only needing to address 4 more days. And that can be with 2 people 2 days, 1 person 3 days, 1 other person on the weekend. But that's the staff, that's just costs. What it would cost us to staff. And my goal would be that person, whoever we hire, at least 1 or 2 of them, they would be also animal control officers. For when they're on duty, Mr. Harris is not on duty. They can perform several different elements of service for the animal shelter and animal control, picking up dogs and taking work orders and stuff. But basically using Mr. Harris's salary, cost, and extending it over 4 more days. And then supplies, equipment, uniforms for those people. We currently have $22,000 already in PD's budget. My thoughts is that we create a separate budget department for the animal shelter, or we itemize it as a separate outlay under the police department, you know, for animal costs. That way we can kind of center all those costs towards just animal control. That way, if the county is sharing in those costs and helping us, we know what those numbers look like.
We really want.
So is there a spec for person per animal, just like a child care facility? I mean, like, you have to have like 1 person per 3 animals or something like that?
No, ma'am. Not that I know of.
Yes,
I'm sure at some point,
facilities
if we're really
equipped.
big, but we only have 6 kennels in the back, intake kennels. Like, what are those kennels out there called?
There's 8 in the back of the shelter, and then there's 6
Yeah.
in the exterior
Right.
room just for,
That's what I'm looking for, that word.
quarantine.
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 So most of the stray issues, dogs that we go and pick up that are unknowns, those will go into quarantine because we don't know, and we don't want to put them dogs with a potential disease with clients' dogs or dogs that are fixing to go out for adoption. So we need to keep a system. We're not that big to get there yet. We'll have to build onto that shelter to have 20, 40 kennels and stuff like that. But right now we only have about 6, probably on the region.
Where is this shelter?
South Fork, right beside Ready Mix.
South,
Oh, yeah,
South
oh,
Turn.
okay.
Now, this vet that you were talking about putting in there, they're only gonna be doing the medicine? Is that what, this is on top of letting them be in our building?
Well, this is for the animal control side, right? So basically, you're gonna have to look at the animal shelter operations in 3 different categories. Intake, so the animal control officer out there picking up dogs, tranquilizers, all that stuff. Bringing and trapping the animals and bringing them into the shelter. Then we have to care for them for a period of time. And then they have to have an outtake process. Get them into, we have an adoption clinic in Houston that's contracted with us. There's a cost for that. So she's not going to pay for the adoption of these dogs. We have to pay for like
Okay, well,
getting them in.
what is she gonna be doing?
She's going to be staffed. She's going to be take care of the staffing required for the dogs. When they come in, they have to be monitored. They have to be all the spaying and neutering, the vaccinations, surgeries. A lot of these dogs require surgeries. That most of them, a lot of them have been hit by a car. So then we need a vet that says it won't cost too much just to put this leg in a cast, or it's going to be really expensive. We probably need to euthanize the dog. So those decisions all need to be made pretty much on a daily basis by somebody that's has qualifications that we don't have.
So we still need this other person to, I mean, because you're saying we need to feed them, they're gonna be there to feed them, right? I mean.
Maybe feeding them, but cleaning kennels, a lot of the stuff that she's not, so she, like I say, we're in negotiations. A lot of this stuff, we're not saying that she's going to be staying there at 0 cost, living there, you know, and benefiting from, that's what the contract's going to address, helping pay some of the electricity, helping pay for the other operational costs of the facility. We just need at least our bottom line.
Because, I mean, I feel like if somebody's gonna be moving in there as a vet to come into a building that we've redone and open up a business, and they ought to be able to give a
Some of it.
what, you know what I'm saying?
Some of it, yes,
They're
sir.
there at the, because they're not gonna be there. Animal
Yeah,
control
I-
is gonna be in the street.
Those, I need to always, I'm trying to budget for worst case scenarios in each of these situations. And then as negotiations move forward with county, I really feel like a lot of this can really narrow down. But I don't want to ever get in the situation where we say, okay, let's open the doors. And then I have no budget allocations necessary to run this thing. We have to shut it down or budget amendments or raise taxes. We don't want to do any of those things. I would like to say, I know we can get it done for this, and this is the worst case scenario, but I can't guarantee you what our negotiations with her would be like, because she's going to be able to bring numbers to the table. This is the cost of medicine. This is the cost of surgeries, of holding these animals. I don't know what those costs would be, but as a veterinarian, they can bring a lot of that to the table. This is what I'll contribute towards this project or this program.
Well, I'm really just concerned about the overall cost, you know, overall overhead of the animal shelter. Like I said, the medicines, the surgery, y'all already know that surgery for us is expensive. So not just that though, euthanizations of those animals who we have to answer to if we decide to put an animal down.
There's processes for all of that, and and having a veterinarian do those, that we won't have to worry about those operations, those costs. Those are the costs that are, as a public-private partnership, all those things that would normally cost us with another clinic or hiring another vet out to come over to our shop, or we get those dogs, take them to their vet clinic, and then bring them back to our animal shelter. This right here is a one-stop shop. They can knock them out and not charge any of those costs to us.
Well, what if someone come in and decide that, that the animals have been mishandled? Then if they've been mishandled, then we got.
Those are all
vet.
addressed in the
Those-
state. The
those are
state,
legal.
they have an inspector, they come out,
A
just
vet
like
ain't
with
gonna do
all of our other, health services and
Once
stuff.
we get finished with the shelter, the state will come out and inspect the
Oh, they gonna
shelter.
inspect you.
And then if it meets their criteria and their standards, then they'll sign off on it. Same way with the veterinarian, I think, she would have.
She's
to
not
have
gonna
it,
risk her life.
inspected as well.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, but I was asking about the mishandling of the animals. If someone come in and say that, make an accusation that an animal has been mishandled, then how do we address those issues?
Those are policy and procedures.
Those are, those are
Of course,
policies.
like the legality
Yeah.
of it, yes.
Animal abuse or something?
Yes, sir.
So in a situation like that, since the police department's involved in the animal shelter, that would be something that would be sent to another agency, the sheriff's office, Texas Rangers. If there was an accusation of animal abuse, cruelty to
Nobody
animals,
sees
something like that, obviously we wouldn't investigate it because it was, we would be being the accused. So
Correct.
unless it was someone that was not involved with our agency, then we could investigate it. So that's how those situations would be taken.
Yeah, there'd be
So what are
lawful
the
and
costs?
There's no, that's not a cost. So, I mean, and that's what I'm trying to address now is the cost for running it, but like accusations or mismanagement of it, those would be things that would be addressed by policy
I mean,
and law, you know.
If it's stray animals we got there, I mean, who would accuse you of, mistreating?
But that was the.
You'd be surprised. Yeah.
So a lot of times what we see when you pick up a stray, you think you know the owner, you go talk to them and they say, no, I've never seen that dog, because they fear that there's gonna be a citation issue with it. In a situation like this, those dogs, once they're picked up, and labeled as a stray, we have to advertise, social media, at the courthouse. We have to have so many days before a disposition can be taken with that animal.
Yeah.
Give someone a chance to either claim that animal or, something like that.
So it won't, in other words, we won't just be taking dogs, it'll be cats or
Did what?
cat. We won't
Cats,
just be
not
taking
just
dogs,
dogs.
it'll be other animals as well.
Large animals, we have large animal abuse cases,
Right,
horses.
horses, things
We
like
have the
that.
facility there
Yeah.
for it.
Who we,
Dogs, I believe, is gonna be our number one problem, but,
I'm
cats, there's programs that we've
They ain't
been
gonna catch
discussing with that,
cats.
where they do the catch, tag, and release, where they spay and neuter them.
I'm just overall concerned about the expense of the medical.
Yeah.
Because when you take in strays, you really don't know what you're getting. So you're gonna have to, if you you issue medical services to these dogs, you got to check them from head to tail.
Well, I think, like Mr. Angerstein was saying, while he's in, negotiations, I think at some point we can nail those prices down.
Yeah.
And that person will be able to say, well, for this is what it costs, for this. Obviously, we won't know how many animals.
Mhm.
I do think the first 6 to 8 months is gonna be extremely busy,
Mhm.
because once it opens, Mr. Harris will actually have something he can do with them. So, it's gonna be pretty busy the first 7 months.
But
But I
what-
think once you get a handle on it, I think things will level out.
Once the animal control person put their hands on it, they still gonna have to take them in and get them examined. If the cities that pick this dog up and they pick that dog up, they still have to take them to a vet to get them examined, whether it's simply because that's your job. And so somebody's picking up the cost
Right
with
now,
the
a lot
city
of people
anyway.
don't understand that.
You have to
When we
take
put
them.
our hands on them and take them,
They
they belong to
yours.
the city of Crockett
Mm.
until we do something with them.
So at that time, you wouldn't take them to like the local vet here and you wouldn't be able to take them to the local vet.
So a
And-
lot of times right now, those local vets are so busy and so tied up, they won't take them.
Mhm.
For a lot of reasons, because it takes up space for their personal customers that they have. If it's an emergency situation, a lot of times the vets, they will help us out. But if it involves holding that animal for more than a day,
Mhm.
we have a hard time getting them to agree to do that.
Okay, and that's another question too, like the capacity do we have a standard capacity? And also a length of time we will be, allowed to hold those, animals.
Yes, ma'am, those are all by policy.
Okay.
That'll have to be,
So what's our length? You don't know just yet?
that'll have to be drafted by policy,
Okay.
working with this veterinarian. And if we do adoptions, that can be less. If not, we're going to have to, until we get 3 or 4 for a transport to Houston, you know, we may help. It's all gonna come down to money. It costs money to keep them, but it's also gonna cost money to take them to Houston. So we have to have a a turnover fee to get it, for them to take it from us, we have to pay for that as well.
So what will be our transportation costs as well?
Those
Would be in that
yes,
address?
ma'am, those are all in that,
Okay.
in this animal shelter operation
Okay,
as an estimate. But like I said, we have never done this before, so
okay.
we can't tell you historically what it's cost. But I can tell you probably next year, if we do this, then we'll know better numbers next year.
Hold on, Chief. There's something else that I think they need in their budget. We talked about it for years, and I just want to bring it back to our attention. There's times that we've not had power in Crockett whatsoever, and I think the police
Hey, what,
department,
I'm sorry.
power in Crockett.
Oh,
And the police department, the fire department, they need at least 2 or 3 satellite phones for communication. Some go, cause if that go happen again, then there's no communication to get in contact with them. So that's something I think that needs to be added to their thing. I see that as a definite.
Satellite phone?
Yes.
Don't we have one, don't we? We have one?
What is this? What is it?
You don't have no power to able to communicate, not no power they can't get.
Thought we had one satellite
So
phone.
what is it that they?
Satellite phone.
Okay.
So that's something that.
Do we have a contract with the county, that the county has that we could buy into, or? I know we got one when myself and David Lamb, we got a phone. Yeah. I think that's what it was. We got it with David Lamb, and we were sharing the cost for a while. We used to have the emergency management coordinator have one, but yeah. it'd be
That's
good.
something that, that's needed, don't wait till something happens and nobody can reach anybody, because I have seen it happen when we've been out without power once or twice last year or two. They can communicate to no one, to the people, reach out, whatever, so, so could that be added? I like for that to be added.
are we on that section?
All right.
Oh, did we?
Not yet, but
Where-
that's
oh.
duly noted.
Okay.
Okay, but we go to utility, will it fall under utility?
Okay, so, the last two, we're down to the last two for myself, so this last year, if council remembers, or if they recall, each year we had an increase, and most of the time of double-digit increase, 10% or greater increase in our health insurance costs. Our health insurance would go up every year. This last year, it was just enough to it was the straw that broke the camel's back. We went out, we hired a broker, a health insurance broker, and was able to bring in quotes with significant savings. We moved forward with United Healthcare. We pulled ourselves out of the TML risk pool health insurance group. Every year they were going up. I actually spoke with them 2 weeks ago and found out that TML themselves pulled out of their own health insurance group. Like they went with United, they hired their own private healthcare, and they no longer use their own risk pool. So their risk pool basically privatized. It was another group that came in and contracted for their health insurance risk pool. And so it did not make sense for us to continue. In doing so, we went from last year, we had an increase in health insurance of 16%. We dropped that down and overall have saved our insurance cost premiums a little over 30%. So that have impacted us about halfway through this going into our third quarter of this budget. So the last 2 quarters, we saved significant money in our health insurance premiums. And that number is about $130,000 of what it saved the city by getting out of the risk pool and brokering this out and getting, and our insurance is fairly apples to apples. In some ways, it's better. We have better coverages. My request at that time, when I had told council, and what I would like this, I would like to give this money back to our employees. It was personnel costs already that were being paid for our staff. I would like to give that back to them in a COLA. We haven't had any other wage adjustments in the last 2 years. I went back for 2 years from when our last, basically council approved us to go in and do a salary survey. We surveyed 12 other cities, I believe, and looked over the numbers. Council decided to do a salary adjustment for a lot of our city employees, from our mid-level supervisors on down. The higher end managers didn't get any raises, but this addressed a lot of our discrepancies and reasons we were losing employees to other cities. We just couldn't keep people. Since then, that has really set us on a good path. We've had our employees, our retention of our employees since then has increased greatly. We're keeping good people. We're now being able to be competitive and bring in people. However, in 2 years, we will quickly lose ground if we don't keep it up and maintain it a little bit. Just from July of 22, when this adjustment took place, we've had an increase of 24 index points, of right at 8.86, so almost 9% increase in the CPI, in Consumer Price Index. That's overall. That's what, when you go into the grocery store or you try to buy goods, since then, on average, goods have increased by 9%. That also takes into account electricity and everything else. If you're just going to the grocery store, it's way more than 9%, that you're paying for stuff. So that being said, I really feel like we have justification for a wage increase to address cost of living for our employees. The reason
You said the insurance, we saved 130,
Yes, sir.
this 120,
Yes, sir.
no brainer, give it to them.
Yeah. And so that's what I need. That's what I need council to tell me is this okay? Is this something that y'all support? 3% is not 9%, but it's not zero either. So I don't, where the rest of this money is coming from a lot of these things are discussions for council, this council's gonna have to take. But some of these I can present some actual savings, and I know where that money can come from without raising taxes. So,
I think people, I know Crockett, I know you had brought it up a little bit, like you said.
it brought it up a lot. Like we really,
Because we were really
behind.
not paying people for real. But that, anytime, everybody seemed to be getting a little cost of living lately.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the
County has
cost of
given it to
living
them
has
twice.
gone
Since then,
up.
the county's given it to them to their employees a couple times, and I don't know if they're planning on this year. But the county employees or school district employees, but they've been getting raises, and if not, we're going to be quickly back where we came from if we don't keep up this giving some money back to them. Also, I'll just letting y'all know, my recommendation is to not do this as a percentage increase. Somebody making $15 an hour versus somebody making $22 an hour. That disparity between those two wages, if you do it just a 3%, the guy that already makes a little bit more makes more than the guy that
Could
was
get
already
benefit
behind.
from.
That grows. So we do it on an average and then divide it amongst all employees as a set base rate increase. So everybody moves up the
So
same amount.
everybody moves up.
The groceries cost the same for everybody.
Sounds
And that's
good.
what we're trying to address, not,
So the lowest on the
performance
totem
or other
pole will
things.
get the same 3% that the highest.
the last thing is a utility clerk for the water office. Miss Selena is currently back there, manages the the water office, pretty much every day. We do have a couple backups for her if she can't be back there to support her, but I really feel like the time has come when we need help back there that's trained so she can move up to take on additional roles. The primary role that this city is lacking in is that we currently share the load considerably between other departments when it comes to finance. We have several departments between myself, the city secretary, municipal courts. We all share different roles in the finance area. Like I said here, Ms. Selena, she's been with us for 11 years now. She's taken on quite a bit of additional roles within her department already. However, I really feel like she's probably the next person to, like, we've already talked about this, and I'm not telling y'all anything new, but both myself and Mitzi, we would like people in the pipeline to be trained to come up and replace us. And so, roles, especially in the city secretary's office over finance, beginning the training process and letting her assume some of those roles, working towards whether it be city secretary or finance director or whatever it may be, that we feel like we have the right person. She has the background and the experience and the want to, but we need to replace her position. You know, we need to bring somebody else in there for her to begin taking on those new roles, and she can still oversee the water office, you know, as she can manage the water office, but take on these roles as her primary duty. She is being compensated fairly well as far as commensurate with other department head managers and supervisors that we have. So we're not really asking for a whole lot of money for her, but primarily she needs help. So this right here would include an adjustment for her, but also bring in a utility clerk that she could start handing those duties off to.
John, I still have, for in the meantime, because you and I had talked, and I'm still, right now having those reserves. I'm still kind of wanting to incorporate a CPA part-time, or kind of bring us back some options to see where we can go with that. Because I was wanting that in order for that to keep us, I guess, the confidence in our city.
Is there a lack of confidence now?
I don't know. I just want to make sure. No, I'm not saying there's a lack of confidence, but I'm just saying being that just to allow the public to know that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. So this is to oversee basically the financial state of us, but until I guess you get Selena situated to where she needs to be. So is there something we can do?
I think if you tell me your concerns that need to be addressed, we have CPAs that come in and work for us every year. They come in and work for us extensively for the period of about a month and go through our books receipt by receipt, agenda by agenda, all transactions. So we have CPAs already that work for us to do those things. They're a third party that present a third party report to council.
Mm-hmm.
The council has to review and, you know, respond on. So if there's, I don't know if there's a reason to hire a CPA. Those are not cheap hires. So
I wonder, have you
but
had-
I'll address any of your concerns.
I wonder, have you had a conversation with the CPAs? Is that what it is?
I have not. I mean,
Okay, we do
I've
have,
actually.
the one that's actually with your books that go over line by line. They don't actually, at this level, they just go through everything, make sure. And even that, with our auditing thing, all of those are already covered in, just someone to come in and, I'm
Do
trying
the
to.
things
So
that we're doing
the
already.
CPAs that we have currently hired, so they would be able to provide us.
They do every year.
Every
Not- not-
statement
Present it to
that,
us every
Okay, so they would be able to provide us monthly or quarterly?
We put together financial reports
and they,
and we provide those monthly. They do for the whole year. So we're not hiring them.
Who is the CPA that y'all was speaking about?
Currently, the one that we've been using recently is Axley and Rhodey.
which are formed, I mean, they were approved by council for the
Yeah.
the council that you be. Because the way that, everything that goes through has to be checked and verified. I mean, it's not like you get to write a check and
It'll
it's
be
not
found out pretty
verified.
quick if not.
Everything that's billed has to go through, they have to look at every one of them and see that they add up and they're tied to it. It's just another, like I said now, the financial person would have to supply the information and send it through, but they wouldn't just come in and pick your stuff out arbitrarily. They would still evaluate what you handed to them, that has to be presented and paid. Anything that's paid can actually be traced to the item and the source of the item, and was it paid correctly, and who was it paid to? So.
So that's what the CPA
That's,
is.
I mean, that's all of financial, I mean, a CPA or anybody that's in between, all they would actually do would put, like you said, you have a bill that's approved by the council to make that bill, because before you make bills, we're approved. And so that bill, before it's paid, before it's looked at, all of that, I mean, when it's paid, it'll be checked. Who wrote it, who paid it, who touched the money, and where the money went, and was it filed properly. That's every bill that goes through. I mean, that's what, I mean, so another person coming back and re-looking at the same thing is not gonna make it any stronger, because it'll still be the same piece of paper. I mean, like you work with paying bills, I mean, that's not to go.
So the
that way.
audit actually comes in when, September, October?
It doesn't, they do,
It usually comes in March.
In March?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
and they do item by item. List
They,
by
they,
list.
they come here to City Hall, they set up their offices here in City Hall for several weeks, work on, it takes them several weeks to go through all of our books. And then if something, they have questions on anything, they'll pull it up, they go straight to all of our procurement, all of our documents, our receipts, and cross-verify. They have 3 or 4 people come in. They usually come in with 3 to 4 auditors.
Okay. So do we have that report, or did I already see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, we received it in April, so I can get you our latest for sure. Yes, ma'am. It's publicized. It's on our website, but I can still give you a copy for sure.
But I think, I mean, you do it, I'm sorry. I think that right now, we have employees that have worked for us. And I think it's a sign of respect for people that work for you to fix a track for them to promote to the next level. If they've given work for you at whatever place, it's a kind of stepping stone that they would have somewhere to go. I mean, you work on, if you were you're not a status work. If it's not a step in there for you to go, you'll probably want to leave. And what was being suggested on this part of the budget is that we have a person that wants to train for the next level. Already been here, has been devoted to our city, has shown that she's competent. And to me, that would be the person that we would consider to go to the next level. And I mean, that would be a line of respect. I work for you, you mean I can't get promoted to the next level? You're gonna bring somebody else in over me and not give me an opportunity? I would be insulted. I mean, just in terms of the ranking, in terms of what if the job required, I mean, if the job required and you could meet the job requirement, to me it's just a lack of respect not to be considered for that after you put in X number of years and have worked yourself through the ranks.
And
So
she's
would we
done
consider
a
that-
lot of that already.
Yeah, so would we consider it as, like I was saying, as finance, or could we open it as an assistant secretary? Assistant city
And
secretary?
that's the goal.
I mean, you could go, I mean, with the finance, it could, they're doing cross
Okay.
jobs right now, everybody. Nobody really has the luxury of just doing one. But to train, the financial person could go into any
That's
rank
that's
that
the
they
goal.
would qualify, but they're doing bills now, and
Okay.
the paperwork just said it. But
Okay,
She's already taken over some roles such as in payroll. She does our bi-weekly payroll already,
okay.
so.
How soon will we be able to get someone in there to train
This is
with her?
this is the budget, projections for October, so yes, ma'am. It would be, unless we can appropriate some money that we currently have to hire a person a couple months early. But this is to set up our budget for October 1. So the budget we're currently in is already pretty much set unless we amend it. All right. I need to grab the water real quick. Are y'all okay finishing the police and fire? Or y'all want to move it to the next
Let's get
meeting?
a water, cause they got a long. Get a water. I'm gonna take, let's take 10 minutes. 5, 10, now all of us gonna take a minute longer.
And then you want to talk to them and just see how
I
long
got
those
to
take, and
use
then if you want to do it, we can move it.
We'll take 10.
That'd be our next budget work.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm talking about.
Didn't know. I didn't know.
Huh?
I didn't know.
No, they want to come out.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I want to see who?
The lights is on. Let's see.
One second, come on. One side, man. Stretch your leg. Doctor. Step outside, get out some of this cold air. Come on.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, yeah, yeah.
I thought, I just didn't want to misquote that, but I thought it was $6,000 for that. 4 years.
And it's the only town here that actually qualifies. So they qualify. You're right, you're right. I know, that's what I was saying, that's what I was, yeah. That what you were with. Yes, yes, yeah.
There's not watching.
we have it at 5? Do we have a economic development? All I've seen was 1.6. Yeah. That's just our regular meeting. But it's, I thought it was our city council agenda. Get that count up. Yeah, I thought it was just city council. Ain't no telling where it's at. I need to go through and delete a bunch of stuff.
Boy, when we was on that cruise, my phone didn't work the other day. When I got back to Galveston, my phone started ding, ding,
I
ding.
bet.
I had 161 emails.
Golly. There's probably over 1,000 on here I need to.
Get rid of. Yeah, that misdemeanor that while ago was a shooting. No, the old saying is, cut your nose off to spite your face.
Hey, ain't no way you
Well, that's what the mayor was just,
huh?
that's what the mayor was just asking.
What?
If there was a way to bring it back up for a vote.
Yeah.
But truthfully, and Mitzi brought up a good point, it went dead. The 3
Thanks.
votes killed it. The fact that she put it on the table, that's not even a motion, that's not even a vote we can take because putting it on the table, they'd already killed it with the first vote, 3-2.
Like them to quit harassing Wayne. He can't go to any events in the city because they're always harassing him.
What time is it? I didn't even bring my
Oh,
phone.
don't look. If you look, you might get scared.
12:01.
What? No, I
But
was over.
we got police and fire,
And they need to have.
and then I was just gonna show y'all the funding,
Oh.
our 3 funding vehicles, how we're going to fund these.
Okay.
And y'all just to say, these are the ones that we want you to try to find budgeting allocations for.
Well, for whatever,
Well, she's not the assistant pastor, she's associate.
get what we can get without raising taxes.
Yeah.
You know?
Everybody wants to be in the paper. I want to get out the paper. Everybody's. That was he did a nice picture of my Juneteenth. I sent in that picture. It's a lot of stuff in these papers every week. They got too many papers.
It's a lot to keep up with. And it's 2 papers a month. 2 papers a week. 2 issues a week.
And you know what? I put them in. I gave them a picture. I'm ready to look at it. When I'm not looking. What's today?
So it's 6 o'clock now tonight, right?
Huh?
6.
Yeah, we'll see again. We're gonna have all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not earlier, it's 6.
No, it's our regular time. I think it is 6. 6. What is it? Oh, I'm glad you did. I didn't take my whole 10 minutes. Like I said, I get the gentleman. Oh my, let's light. That's 20. I didn't see that. Is that me on there? I think so. Where am I on there? I can't even see. Did you ever eat yours? Oh, you just got it? All right, back in session. Oh, my back. Oh, you done got another one? Oh, you
Yeah,
just take the other hand. I ate mine and I'm through with it. They gave me another 3 I can make it through the day. Oh, no, we got to do it again. It's not the whole day. Nothing but the day, Here's the good officer.
I'm gonna run through mine really quick. I
Ooh,
know y'all ready to get out of here.
yeah.
So my intention, seriously, I plan on running through them real quick and then set up a meeting with each one of y'all, in the next week or so. to it and
That's
answer any questions or
Thank you.
talk about any concerns you may have. So I'm gonna start, with the budget increase for body worn cameras.
And that
The
one.
body worn cameras that we currently have are about 10 to 12 years old. The new models of these have come out, they're much more expensive, and the company that puts these cameras out has went completely to a cloud-based server. A lot of these body camera companies are doing this, but the particular one that we're looking at is not nearly as expensive and a lot more cost effective. With those body cameras, they're through lens lock, and we can pay it out all in one lump sum, around
64,665.
or it can be paid out annually. The first payment would be $13,113, and every remaining payment for 4 additional years would be $12,888. After 3 years, they send us completely new body cameras.
You said 3 years?
Ma'am,
After when?
after 3 years.
3 years?
So technically, we'd still be paying on those cameras, but they would send us
Replace.
all new body cameras. So again, as y'all know, body cameras are a must. They're important for the city, they're important for the citizens, and they're important for the officers. I put a few notes in there, and then we can talk more about that in depth when I come and meet with y'all. So I'm asking to include this annual payment in my working budget. So it would be an annual thing. I understand funds are limited, so taking $64,000 right off the top could cause some issues for other departments as well. I'll move on to talk about the police vehicles. We've been talking about adding 4 vehicles to our fleet. Our current mileage on the Tahoes that we have and the Durangos is a brand new one. We've got 3 with over 100,000 miles. We've got one with a little over 97,000 miles, and then one with just under 80,000 miles on our Tahoes. So our Tahoes are getting on up there in mileage. The maintenance work that we're having to do on them is starting to add up. Ultimately, those are the vehicles that I'm looking to replace with the new ones. The Durangos, we're still in good shape. They've been good vehicles. You'll see in that packet what the new vehicle would look like with the graphics. I don't have one for the Tahoes. They haven't sent that yet. But I would like to get some more specific pricing, and I've been talking with the city administrator about the financing options that we would have for those vehicles. Again, I'll go into more depth in that when we meet. And if anybody has any questions while I'm talking, please stop me. If not, I'll answer those later on.
So which is the better price? Tahoe or
The
Durango?
The Durangos are cheaper. We have found they've been a really good vehicle. They run well. They look nice. We have noticed that they're much more compact on the inside. When you have a passenger in the front seat, they're pretty cramped with all of our equipment that's in there. One of the main reasons we went to them was because we couldn't get Tahoes at the time. They were a year and a half, 2 years out. So I hear that they're becoming more and more available right now, so the option to get Tahoes may be back on the block. But as the city administrator said earlier, these numbers have drastically changed over the years, and they're going to keep going up. Anything that's got police on it, I'm sure the fire chief will say the same thing. Anything that says fire, they tack on about 40%, it seems like. And we really don't, our vehicles don't have really any extra expensive things on like you see in some cities. We do have computers in our cars for our ticket riders. You pretty much required to have in-car cameras. They're expensive. And all the other consoles and stuff that come with it. So what I'm saying is we really don't put a lot of extras in it. Really the only thing extra that's expensive are the in-car cameras and the shields or the partitions that we put in them. They have built-in shields, rifle shields, so if the officer were to respond to a man with a gun or something going on, an active threat, he would immediately have availability of that shield and could proceed without having to wait on other units. So if we're talking about extra, that's probably the only thing extra that we put on. I'll move on to budget increase for certificate pay and incentive pay. Most of y'all know that a couple of years ago when the council passed the pay raise, the new pay scale we got, we've done away with our certificate pay. There's a lot of discussion to this. I think there was some confusion at one point that on our certificate pay, the officers were required to have certain certifications to move on to that next pay step, and I did do that. I've done that to encourage them to go out and get those. Keep in mind that pay scale is what those officers are entitled to as an employee, their hourly rate for being an officer. I've included those in there for them to move up to encourage them to go out and get the training, get these certificates, because the more educated they are, the better officers they make. So I wanted to clarify that, and again, if there's any specific questions on that when we meet, I'll go through all that, I'll show you all everything. I did take out some of the incentives that I originally had before. I also reached out to several other agencies to see what their main incentives were. And I will say, there are a lot of agencies that just offer officer proficiency, that's their intermediate, advanced, and master, and degree pay. Then there's a lot of agencies that offer bilingual pay. But just about every agency in the state and across the country, they at least offer the proficiency pay and the degree pay. So if it come down to having to cut funds, make ends meet here, we could take out some of those incentives to help ease the financial burden, and then we could approach that at a later date, later time. As it stands right now, if we paid our officers back their incentive pay that they previously had, it would cost us $35,400 in total to give each one of those officers the incentives or the certificates that they're entitled to. Again, I'm open to any questions, and I don't mind setting up a meeting with each one of you to go through this in depth, answer any questions you may have. I can come to y'all, or you can come to the office, but I'll start today. I'll send out an email and start scheduling those meetings with each one of you.
July 21st, we do a sheriff's convention in Fort Worth.
Oh, what?
Sheriff's convention.
Okay.
They have tons and tons of cars, body cameras, anything that's got to do with law enforcement. They're there trying to
Yeah, they're
sell
trying to,
stuff.
yeah, they're promoting it, yeah.
promote. It'd be a good opportunity to come and get some cards and ask questions. And
I don't know if they'll allow me to come to the sheriff's conference. I think
I don't like
sheriff's-
Hey, we'll put a guitar around your neck and you can just walk in there with it.
As long as I don't have to play it, we'll be
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
They do the same thing at the Chiefs Conference in Huntsville.
Yeah, they do.
And the international, every agency that sells vehicles, equipment, they're all there.
that's in Huntsville.
Yeah, they do it
Yeah.
every year.
Okay, just
But yeah, if
Just-
they let me go,
Every
I'd
2
love
years, I think. Yeah.
they don't ask.
I'm gonna call the executive director today and I'll find out.
I mean, surely they wouldn't care if it's PD or sheriff's department, the vendors.
to. Oh, they probably would. If they let me in there, I will.
That would be a good opportunity. When I'm telling you, they got so much.
That's the way Huntsville has them lined up on
Yeah, they do.
All right, thank you.
That's a lot of miles that look like my car. So the Durangos are the new one.
There's about $2,000 difference between the Rango and
That's an easier deal.
the Chevy Tahoe.
Jimmy got 147.
Sir,
I'm gonna make the same deal with y'all, with that Frankie, I can give y'all one-on-one, just talk more about mine for the same time. I know it's cutting into much time, and I don't wanna hold y'all here no longer than you gotta be.
Which one you want to talk about first?
That magic truck.
Y'all have that in y'all's
Some
packets
of
too.
y'all don't, our new members, we got a 1994 Union. It's 30 years old, it's starting to slow down and show us wear and tear.
Yeah.
And, our current pumper just got paid off, our newest one just got paid off this year, and it's 10 years old. So it's time to get another pumper in here and get this other one, the older one out. I think we might be able to sell it to a slow moving department and maybe a DSD for a little, recoup some of our money on that asset. Before it's completely 100% gone, I think.
Well, it's no good at all.
But as John said earlier, that last one we bought for $450,000. I got a quote 2 years ago for a grant. It earned cost at $700, and now this one $873. And that's the lowest bid I've received. I'm still working with a couple of people who got hard numbers, but that's the lowest bid. But everybody else is close to $1 million for a new company. So as
You
the
went all
longer
the
we
way
wait,
to the
the higher it goes
Couldn't find
up. I've reached out through, I'm still waiting on 2 other companies to get back with me, but as I said, that's the current one that came back the lowest at this time.
This is the one that came in lowest the last couple of
Last time.
vehicles too, so.
Like I said, you gotta go all the way back to the.
Like I said,
I mean,
red paint on
where
it,
is that capital? Look all day.
and I can talk to y'all more and depth on that.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay.
Where is that capital? I couldn't find that. No, that's not the right one.
That's it.
In November, we had
Oh,
a
I am
fire
on the
truck
right. It said fire, okay.
tested and it didn't pass its annual exam or certification.
Find it, dang.
And I've been dealing with these people since November, and I just now got a number by phone Friday, how much
It's the
it
second.
costs to refurbish the ladder truck. That would be $550,000, including inspected. A new one, if you buy it today, is anywhere from $1.3 to $1.6 million. I'm thinking a refurbish on this truck,
Let's see how much
it
you
should
want.
last us another 10 to 15 years if we get it refurbished. Actually, that's more than what we paid for that truck new in 2000, $50,000 more than what we paid for it. So, I think we can, if y'all see deem that y'all wanna spend that money, I think it'll serve the citizens for another 10 to 15 years. That being said, these 2 trucks are vital to keep our ISO rating of the 2. One's the best you can get, ISO rating 2, which is the insurance, which helps citizens with their fire insurance. We're at a 2. If we lose any of these trucks and they recertify us, we'll probably go down in our ISO.
Oh, that's good.
So spending this money also helps the taxpayers on their insurance, their fire insurance for their house.
I didn't know that.
I'm not sure, we're probably another 2 years away before ISO will come back and send me the survey and that answer all the questions, that everything's the same or what's changed, so.
You mind letting them know about, I know you mentioned in here that it failed its inspection, but what does that mean? That we don't have a ladder truck, like?
Yeah, ladder truck, we can't use it, I cannot put a fireman on that ladder to climb up to, say, the hotel caught on fire. We cannot climb that ladder to go save somebody, we cannot do that. So the ladder got small cracks in it and stuff like that, so the pump, we can use it as a pumper for now. As far as life safety, I can't use that, but we had that guy
That's
that got
some guy.
electrocuted on the square.
In the
We used that
courthouse.
ladder truck to save him when he was in that bucket, so at this time, we cannot use it to, for fire, ladder part for its, fire use. And we use the ladder several times at the wood plant. Some of those big piles catch on fire, we can use the ladder to spray water. Can't use it for that, so we're having to go back to hand lines. The ladder is a great tool for us, and it's saved quite a few things over the years. So it's definitely very valuable to have a ladder truck. And like I said, if we was to lose that accreditation on the ISO, that would probably knock us down. Our ISO rating down. So,
We moved our trucks.
Okay.
with that being said, I can talk to you about more one-on-one with that to explain all that. That's a lot of money to invest in, and I know that. So, but like I said, the prices is going up. Also, the new councilman who's here, ever since I've been fire chief, every time I come, we meet people. It's a volunteer position. Just prime example, I got 2 people last month, and within a month, one of them dropped off. I didn't know, they realized a lot can't handle this, I don't have time for it.
And he was a volunteer.
Volunteer. We do have 4
They
paid
pay 'em.
positions. And I can get it there. I averaged the other day, and I should have written it down, but about 80 to 85% of the calls right now, my pay staff are handling. We've got a little backstory, we had a structure fire in all this storm. My pay staff showed up on the scene, I had one of my officers he came to pump the truck. When they got to the house, yes, the smoke was coming from the roof, so they needed to make interior. Just give y'all, they went in and done the interior and checked it whether the vehicle there. They went on that was in there. They done a quick deal and we saved the house. But we're getting that first truck there quick. It's that second truck. That second truck showed up about the same time as our backup from Latexo. And thinking Latexo's getting pays down, they're driving to the fire station, getting that truck and driving to Crockett. My second truck, I think people there, they got there at the same time, our backup did. And I can explain that a little bit more in depth for y'all on our 2 out, 2 in rule. My guys technically cannot go into a fire unless there's 2 people outside to rescue them or people inside being rescued. So I'll go into more detail with y'all on that rule that we gotta follow. Because I don't want people saying we have our personnel, we couldn't go in. I don't want to make that call, but
So have we ever given like a stipend to the volunteers?
they do get stipends. The money's there. I'm actually saving money because they're not showing up a lot. I mean, life happens. I understand that, but I'm actually saving money, the allotted money each day for a volunteer or each month. I'm actually cutting that number down when I'm paying them because one call's not going to pay them by call. That number's going up, but there's not very many of them, so got a formula that keeps that number at the amount every month. So I'm actually lowering that number and actually saving on the volunteer side. So I know this is a big number, realistically, but if I don't come to y'all and tell y'all needs, I'm not doing my job. Is this gonna be 100% perfect? No, it's not. To run a fire scene, you show up, you need at least 16 people on scene. That's to rotate out on an active fire. We got a great group of guys who are doing more, pushing themselves to the limits because we don't have the people there to back us up. So, realistically, I know this is a big number, and I can get with y'all one-on-one and give you some ideas how I think we can get, I know one for sure, added to our, next year, but, it's something that we're slowly gonna be going into is paid firefighters, because the volunteerism side is dying. Not very many people want to volunteer. So just, I'm not doing my job if I'm not asking for them.
Yes.
I do realize that it's a lot of money, but
It's a lot of money.
we're kind of there until we're not important until we're needed, and we're the most important people at that time.
Praise of the
But anyway, I'll get with y'all one-on-one and go more in depth for the sake of time. Write some questions down, and I'll be more than happy to, when I meet with y'all. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, would we, in the budget, do we have like training?
Oh, was that tonight?
A space for,
tonight.
if you wanna,
I'm
if
sorry.
the council wanna attend different trainings?
Oh, yeah,
Do we
they
have-
can
we have a
budget.
budget?
You say if you
If
want to go
council
to a
wanted to-
training, you could, was the funding in the budget? Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
yours.
we send them to.
I guess that's yours,
EMT
isn't it?
school.
I was
Oh,
asking
you're talking about,
council.
yeah, the council, oh, yeah, the members, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I was
a
like
budget
council.
for it, yeah.
Yeah, so we can
Yeah, if you
kinda
had-
learn.
No, I don't
kinda
have
get
one,
an
so that
idea.
must
It's
been
like
mine.
3 you designated to go to
Yeah.
a year and then another one. But if it's a
No, that's yours.
specific one, you can just
No,
request, they don't.
I didn't have, see, I got
There's some
that right
general
here.
funds in there.
I do wanna.
Oh, they put, no,
Earlier.
okay, so they got
I
it on
wanted
mine, just
to
different color.
let everyone
Yeah.
think
All right.
it was,
I didn't want to carry
no.
yours out of here.
wanting Miss Selena to advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not wanting, I want her to
Yeah.
advance.
Well, you have to think in terms of your,
Looking at
yeah,
the CPA.
Yeah, so.
yeah. But I was just saying in terms of, because to me, if you work for what you have been working in the city.
I'm gonna
sometimes
wrap
it's
this
more-
up. Sorry.
I'm talking.
I'm gonna wrap this up. So we've been able to present
See you tonight.
the majority of our, our capital requests that come with a dollar figure that
They do.
we have to make decisions on where is this money gonna come from and how are we gonna fund this.
That's the hard part.
So there's a few things that I just wanted to cover. If we had to boil it down to three of our opportunities to finance this. One is a tax note or a certificate of obligation. That's where we go out and we bond this money out using municipal. We can issue a municipal bond, get well better than the market, interest rates for big ticket items. Fire trucks, police vehicles, things of that nature. The bigger ticket items, that's how I would recommend financing those, because we can get much better than what you can go to a local bank, or even these vehicles and fire trucks, they'll lease them to you. They charge 7, 8, 9, 10% interest. We can get down into probably easily the 3% bracket, if not better, on interest rates. Even using today's rates, which are not good, they used to be a lot better than that. So I have just a short little tax rate analysis, when I printed it out, it's a little small, but so I'll pop it up on the computer, and I believe it's in y'all's packets too. Actually, this portion is not in your packets. This is just a quick tax rate analysis based on our current taxable assessed evaluation. For the last, in the last 5 years, we've had, our valuations have averaged about 8% increases each year. We dropped that down to 2%, and after 3 years, the assumed growth zeroed it out, because I don't see our market being able to sustain the continued valuation increases that we've been seeing. What's driving that is just big cities moving to small towns.
It is.
All the baby boomers, all the retirees out of all the big cities, and the executives that are selling their homes for millions of dollars that they bought in the 80s for $150,000. They're moving to Crockett and buying a nice 2-story home for $200,000, $300,000, and they're willing to pay even more than that. So what is the market? People are going to sell it for what they're going to get paid. So it just drives this up. They're paying $15,000 per acre, and because in Denison or McKinney, it's $40,000 an acre. So they're just saving money and coming here and paying whatever is being asked. So the market is just continuing to drive itself up. But I don't see just this happening for an extended period. So we have to do this very conservatively. That being said, using draft numbers of, I would say if to function in this city. There's other things that we can add on to it. Some of those were the items that I spoke with the council before, the oil truck, the chip spreader, pad foot roller. Even if we just say, hey, but maybe we're not gonna go all three, we're just gonna do one or two. But at rough numbers, if I added police departments, 4 vehicles this year, that would get us caught back up to where then we're back in a a rotation to where we only had to buy 1 or 2 every year instead of, because we got a little bit lax the last few years and didn't purchase them. So the fire department, y'all decided on that. The ladder truck, I think, is a very high priority. The engine, it's becoming ever more a priority, you know, because it is 30+ years old and it's getting older. So y'all have to make those decisions. Do we do it this year? We put it off for a year? Do we put it off for 10 years? What is y'all's decisions to make, right? This is how I can fund this. This is the best way to fund this with the best interest rates and in order to get the items that are being requested. The items that I do not have answers for that we'll have to build, what y'all tell me is, I want you to prioritize these 3 or these 4. And we'll build, when I build this budget and I bring it back to you, we'll keep those a priority and I'll tell you, hey, I can't make this happen, or I was able to make this happen. And then y'all make the decisions on the tax rates at that point.
I'm just gonna,
So,
I'm just gonna ask you a question. If, these items was a high priority, what delayed, previous council to act on these? Like the.
It's all money.
police cars?
Like you said, you could
It's
put
all
it
money.
out 1 more year.
It's
money.
there's sometimes that you just have to make that decision. Listen, I know it's gonna cost more, but this year we do not have the money for it. We know we'll pay for it later, and next year it's not gonna be any easier. So those are the decisions that y'all have to make. Do we put it off another year for a harder decision next year? Or do we figure out how to do it this year?
You know,
And it boils down to the tax rate, you know, because it costs money.
And it happened real rapidly, the way this, with COVID came in, it changed anything that you put off for a year or two, made it look
Well, we used to be
drastically.
able to put things off
For a
for
year
a
or
year
two.
and not
But
let it hit
COVID
us as
changed,
fast. But the inflation now has drastically changed
So you feel
the
it,
results of putting it off for a year.
Well, what I think we should do, I mean, just starting everything, to start out is what do we have to do? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
what's
that's what he's
got to be
telling
done.
you.
Start with that and then proceed from there.
yeah, that's what everybody's.
And so that's what I want to, in a quick recap, before we leave, I'm going to show y'all a couple of these financing vehicles. And then I want y'all to say what you said. I want you to give me a 1 and a 2 bracket. This, we need to do it. Let's figure out how to make this happen. 2, if we can afford it.
Yeah.
And 3 is next year, we'll talk about it later. Let's not address it this time.
Well, I mean, and I think from both of the chiefs.
Sure.
You know, their input on, you know, just to start this out, what do we really need to do? And then work from there.
Yes, sir.
And even with
Using,
the roads,
well,
those
That's
things you
another
gotta
discussion.
have for that street. Everybody's talking about them streets.
so this is what, if we issued debt, if we issued a certificate of obligation, we do need to move on that fairly soon too, if we're going to get this in this year's budget. There's public hearings that have to be held, so if y'all say, we really need to work towards issuing debt for these 3 or 4 or 5 items, then you need to let me know so I can start the process of public hearings, notices, legal notices, and going through that step of issuing the debt properly. For it to be in effect for us to put it in our October budget.
Yeah.
Because we have to adopt our budget in August.
So you won't be
You
able
know,
to get to next year.
So it has to be adopted for that next budget, or we miss the deadlines on it. But we put together for a 1.7 million, and that's kind of using the police department vehicles, fire department vehicles, and the pad foot roller, not the other 2 items, not the old distributor truck or the chip spreader, since those are still functioning.
Not good, but functioning.
So y'all decide on that. You know, the old distributor truck, I really think that that's a priority. It it's hit or miss, and we're not really doing the work that we need to be doing, the quality of work, so y'all make those decisions. At 1.7, this is what it's gonna cost in an annual tax increase. If we go from 10-year, we're looking at about 4 cents. If we go to 15-year, we're looking at about 2 cents, 2.5 cents. So our 68 cents per 100 value would be increased by 2 cents if we did the 1.7, and it'd be increased by 4 cents if we did the 10-year note.
Okay, so.
A fire truck, go ahead.
So the units for the fire department would possibly last that long?
The units for the fire department, those are.
I know they won't for the police department.
So what we do is we front load when we do an amortization schedule for something that has a long. So the fire trucks, for instance, those are 20-year plus trucks. I don't feel bad about issuing debt up to
15.
more than 20 is.
No, I'm 15.
So those are safe to issue debt that long. A police vehicle, 5 years. So you front load the amortization schedule on this term for the police vehicles here, and the truck goes out to here. It's front loaded, and we can issue it under one note and not have to issue 3 different debt schedules.
Okay.
So this is just a direct. Right now in the city of Crockett, the average homeowner, the average appraised home value is $75,000, somewhere right in here between 70 and 80,000. This is about what it costs on a 10-year or a 15-year term, $31 or $18 a year increase to pay for those ticket items. That's just to kind of give y'all an idea on issuing debt, if we were to put that, and that would go on the debt service side. It would not impact us on our operations side. We currently have, I'm just going to review this real quick. This is what's left in our ARPA funds. In our ARPA funds, these are the things that the council approved. We purchased laptops and printers for the police vehicles. We bought the animal shelter from the veterinary, from Dr. Tucker. We bought a motor grader. We did a match commitment for the EDA water line for South 4th Street water line and South 5th Street water line and a new street on South 5th. We bought a roller. We paid for 50% of the EDC forensic audit, IT Williams Pavilion, and the concrete slab. Strategic plan, we replaced roof and gutter for City Hall. We put a new roof over IT Williams bathroom and installed lights and painted that building. We bought three police vehicles. We sandblasted and repainted the pavilion, ag arena, and the civic center. We replaced gutters at the library. We bought bunker gear, fire hose, and alerting system for the fire department. Bay heaters. We purchased the Houston. I'm sorry, we didn't. We purchased it from Houston County as a swap. We didn't pay for that, but we fixed the parking lot that we purchased from the county. And y'all approved $20,000, and we've spent of that $11,000 to date. Let me zoom in a little bit.
Oh, so that's carrier.
There we go.
Oh,
So-
much better.
So.
No, I can see clearly.
So right here, we bought, y'all approved 20,000,
So we got some.
and we spent 11,000 so far, but we're continuing the painting, and we still have the flooring to do. That's where I would like to request additional funds. Our latest numbers are a little bit lower than that, so it's 30,000. I would like a little bit more money to finalize the animal shelter building. This is just an idea. The Welcome to Crockett signs, 125,000. I think I could probably get another 1 or 2 donors probably and bring that down. But if we were to fund it, y'all also approved once, we just have not been able to finalize the engineered drawings on the repair for the fire station concrete bay. The bay is falling apart. The concrete is completely busted up, so we have somebody doing the engineering on that. So we can bid that out. That will likely, if we involve engineers, it's likely going to be a little bit more than that.
Yeah, they don't come for, they don't talk to you.
So, but that being said, that leaves us with a delta of about 288,000 left of unallocated funds. And we have to allocate them by the end of, I believe it's November this year. Council needs to allocate it, and we have to have it spent by the end of 2025. Next year, all these funds have to be spent or they get returned. They get returned to the Treasury Department. And so,
Okay.
so without that, the things that we've already spent the money on, this is what's left, 288,000, that y'all can use some of these funds to pay for repairs to the animal shelter, or some of the requests, library, or the whatever, so that's what I want y'all to tell me, spend that, and we'll burn it down until we have some of those funds allocated.
I saw where you have, where we're supposed to have a town hall meeting for the pool, so would any of those funds be able to, be geared towards the city pool?
For the pool, we have the funds for our match. The other amount is a grant. So we've applied for Texas Parks and Wildlife grant for $750,000 from them.
To make it the real pool.
So it shouldn't require any more money from us.
Okay.
Why couldn't we take the 200 and something thousand and go ahead and buy the other two pieces of equipment for the streets?
You can.
And then that way, they've got all three pieces to do their job.
To do what?
Right.
I think it
Take the 200-something thousand and buy the other two pieces of equipment for the streets.
yeah, for the
And I don't
street.
think that total 200-something would still have some left, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And then that won't have to go on the tax roll.
Right. Yes, sir. So this just gives you an idea. Right now, within our budget, using the savings and health insurance and the other items that we've already realized for this next year, we have somewhere, on the conservative side, we have somewhere around about $170,000 to spend.
That's good.
Of money before we have to
Negative.
see any tax increases within our budget.
We're going into the much
Our
better.
ARPA fund, we have 288,000. Certificate of obligation, y'all can decide if you are going to bond any of this, issue any debt, y'all decide what to load on that. Just the rough numbers that we had put in to give y'all an estimate was 1.7.
Sound like you.
So, that being said, can I jot some notes down real quick? Y'all tell me what y'all want to do on these items before I lose y'all?
Real good. Oh, man. Look, I'll come back and share that.
Do y'all want me to try to find financing and or allocations of ARPA funds towards the chip spreader, oil truck, and that pad foot roller for the street department?
I think anything that goes, that's gonna last like 15, you're on 1 year at a time. Anything that's gonna go into that 15 year, I think we could afford to get funding, if it could be funded.
If we're gonna borrow
If we're gonna
funds,
borrow, it
the
would be
longer
worth for
lasting
those,
stuff.
something that's gonna last that long.
I mean, if you're
We
gonna
could use our,
do 15 year, you need to do stuff that's gonna at least come close.
Sure.
yeah, and I think instead of, putting on the short term, the stuff that doesn't have any, that's gonna wear out on us. Like the patrol cars, they can't go 15
There's no way a
years.
police car lasts
No.
15 years.
Well, they have tried to,
Well, I know.
We have a couple of them, I think.
but they can't do nothing but drive around the parking lot with them, no. But I was saying that the stuff that has, that like the ladder truck, and the pumper, those things are gonna be 15 and they won't be torn up before that time.
Well, even like a chip spreader or
And
oil
the chip
trucks or the
spreader,
rollers,
they're not
those are
gonna-
long lasting.
They've been around, so they won't tear up, but we'll use them and they'll be better suited, but it won't be a strain for the immediate stuff we have. We do have a lot of immediate stuff. But,
So we may, basically, if any of these smaller ticket items that y'all want to approve, we'll start allocating those to the ARPA.
I
And
think
any of the
so.
remaining funds that y'all don't want to allocate towards ARPA, if y'all do want to approve them though, for us to find financing, we'll put it towards
I
the,
think we should do that, like those trucks.
Well, it's obvious we're gonna have to find financing
Yeah.
for some of this, right?
Yeah, So might as well do it for the ones that want, that we're gonna have for a
And that's
while.
why that's why I say, anything, like, okay, do y'all want us to continue the bookmobile program? It's gonna cost us about $2,500 up front to fix it. There was a mistake that took place, and they drove up underneath the senior citizen center. Well, we have a big AC unit on top of it, and so it tore the AC unit off, and we did some damage to the senior citizens. We've repaired it, but the vehicle needs to be fixed. We're gonna take proper training measures with the school district and have a few people that are signed off, checked off, let them drive through cones. We just feel that they're good to drive the vehicle. But it's gonna cost a little bit in fuel and insurance and stuff like that. I need to appropriate some money towards that. Are y'all okay keeping the bookmobile program
I know
in
you
function?
mentioned Quest, they've
They've shut down.
They've shut down, so
No.
that's.
Yeah, but they said they could, what did they
Yeah,
picked it
yeah.
up with early childhood? was
Early
it?
childhood.
So they could make the difference with early childhood.
Mhm.
I think kids need to, I think they need to see a bookmobile, and they need, because a lot of them won't ever go into the library, not the public library. I think it's just a educational vehicle for the community, just to see it, take a picture by it.
I think reasonably, $1,500 is a fair amount for fuel and insurance, barring no other expenses, you know,
Yeah, I think-
mishaps. We tried several different things. We did found, he was a retired school bus driver, and,
Mr. Baker.
and, no, not him. It was somebody that was driving it and had some damage to it. So it just seems like it's a cumbersome thing that
Yeah, if you used to drive in
I
the
think
car.
that if council feels like it's worthwhile, then we put it in the budget. Otherwise, we find other options to not, we get a small minivan or.
I think it's worth it just to go. The kids that walk through it, I mean, a few times I've seen them, they come over and they like it. And I think it's education you can't fall short of.
So y'all want to move?
I'll say
Alright.
this.
And this is fairly informal. If I feel like I get more nods than shakes of the head, this is not a final approval, but this is
Okay.
telling me
Yeah.
to,
Okay.
okay?
It's a consideration.
All right, what about the sidewalks and the retention walls for the library? The sidewalks, parking lot, and retention walls for the library. This would be something that I would say would be an ARPA, I'm sorry, this is not the right one. I guess I clicked on the wrong one. I believe we can come in under that budget, but no more than that budget there.
I think so.
Repairing all the sidewalks, creating a parking lot, and putting retention walls down the backside of Monroe Crook and on Goliad Avenue to where we don't lose that sidewalk in front to the front doors.
Because what that open parking lot do, people sit in there and do their internet.
So do you think, so you're still not looking at an awning for,
If you want to add that,
Oh, what?
you can.
awning from the parking lot?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that
So we
could be,
currently don't
you
have
said,
anything.
yeah.
From the other parking lot doesn't have an awning currently. None of our offices have, City Hall or, nobody has awnings, but
But there used to be one there, correct? Yes,
Nothing.
there was never one
I think so.
in the front.
No, it was not on where you came from, there
On the,
there was never one there.
We didn't even have a parking lot over there. We
So you
just
had to
created
walk
it when
off
we
the
tore that
street?
building down.
When it was,
What do y'all say about the side, so try
that
to
was fair.
and if
Okay.
any, like I said, if there's anything left, maybe we can squeeze some out.
renovation, what do y'all wanna discuss this later? The grant? The $100,000 grant that we're getting, we just need to provide some matches for it? Do you wanna put this as a third tier priority, that if we have additional ARPA to
I would say so.
appropriate to it, but
Number
not?
three.
Yeah.
Okay.
We drop it to number 3. If.
Okay.
He's gonna hold my feet to the fire. See, we ain't getting out
Um,
of here.
Well, I'm not gonna get y'all, if I got y'all, I'm gonna,
Oh, no. I
Y'all don't
thought we
mind.
were gonna negotiate.
Animal shelter.
Yeah.
I believe I can finish the fencing, the exterior painting, the cameras. the hard items to allow this thing to be up and operational, it can be repaired from the 30.
Okay.
Are y'all okay with me allocating 30 towards finalizing the animal shelter and getting it operational?
I am. Yeah.
So do we have any other options?
Not
Any other
So we
options?
just not do it. I mean, we,
No, I mean, any other options that are priority?
yes, then that's what we're going over
Okay.
now.
So if I'm
But the
going-
only reason, the amount of money that has already gone into it is to the animal shelter. It needs to be operational. I mean, it's a big chunk has already gone into getting it to this point. This is
We're
just
almost there.
We're closer. We're less
Our
than-
bid for that same animal shelter was 1.4 million if we were gonna build a new one. So priority 1 or priority 2? If the fund allows, priority 2, or you go ahead and make it a priority?
I think one,
I think
put
priority.
200 and some, I mean, a bunch of.
Priority two is.
If there's
anything-
funding left.
If there's funding, priority two.
I said one.
I'm gonna put 1/2.
One, one and a half. and a-
I know this is a little bit,
Yeah, that's fine.
all right, Civic Center office roof. The Civic Center office roof.
I will do that
Did we
before I get the
just-
shelter.
Didn't you say we just had that roof put on?
It was about 6 years ago. Yes. It was one of the first things we did to the.
Let's see, when did Lucas? do-
Yes, sir. He came and said, "This is not a warranty issue. There's nothing here." There,
They did.
They
it's
filled it up
just
with
a
water.
flat
It's still
roof
leaking.
Or water, you can't determine it.
it's everybody's pointing their finger at everybody else. They're saying the AC guys are saying the roof, the curbing underneath the ACs. I'm thinking even some of the conduits, the junction boxes and conduits are allowing water. So rewiring it, we'd have to rewire that whole building and put new conduit
So
up
it's got
top.
an AC on top,
Has 2 ACs on top,
so how are we gonna put a cover?
canopy, an open canopy, just like the porches that go off the front of the shelter, the Civic Center. It would just look like that and be all open, open space.
Keep that water from going, because you gotta have the civic center functional.
So it will actually, like this is the side of the building, that roof will have to go,
That's
Yes.
what they did with the other one.
Yes, sir, just like the other
They
one.
did 2 parts,
Yeah.
and they left that flat.
aesthetically, how would that look? I mean, have you
It'll match the
envisioned it?
It'll match the rest of it.
I just can't see it right now.
So what I'll do is, if y'all want me to get this fixed, what I'll do is I'll put some sketches together, some bids, and we'll bring, so y'all are not proving the finals right now, right? Y'all are
Just
telling me to
say
go
yay or
ahead
nay
with it.
to do it.
But I mean,
And
it's
I'll
gonna
bring-
it's gonna have to be fixed some way, I mean,
Yeah.
or else
So
go
that's
to
a
the
yay.
interior.
And I'll bring the drawings back to y'all
Yeah,
and,
they just wanna make sure it look good, not tacky.
right.
That's one. It's like we're breaking pitching.
The Civic Center painting, the interior, all the walls, fixing the molding and the vinyl tile flooring in the bathrooms, the 2.
Yeah.
2. Security cameras, fire station, Civic Center.
One.
I would say a 1.
Yeah, protection against lawsuits and nothing else.
Security
Welcome
cameras come
signs.
in handy. Welcome signs.
2
I
right
thought the
now.
welcome signs was in the ARPA. Was that
Yes.
part?
This is what we're all assigning to ARPA.
Oh, this is that money.
These are
that's
one-time
already there.
expenses, not to put in the budget, but these are
These
one-time.
are not
ARPA
one-time.
is the
Okay.
only remaining
Right.
cash reserve that we can put towards projects like this that don't qualify for borrowing money.
Okay, so
So this is a no borrow.
this wasn't already in there?
In
Wasn't
where?
that 125,000 already in there?
Y'all, I took it to y'all, but y'all never finally approved it. And I didn't bring bids back, because y'all never said it was approved. It was, how did I put it? I think I said a proposed It was a proposed item, and it was never finally approved.
Right.
Y'all kept on saying, well, let's just talk about it, let's look at it, let's think about it. So,
Well,
I would say number two.
if we don't have the money, let's still at least take the other ones down.
To do what?
Take the other ones down.
the old rusted ones down.
Oh, yeah, they don't exactly look good on the city.
So two,
I would say-
One in the head, was it one
I'll say
head? Two.
I'd like to see it, but
Maybe we
Well,
could
here-
do
here's
about.
what I-
and these are some qualified expenditures for other, I mean, I really think if we thought about this, I get all the donors, hey,
You
this is
could
how much
match it with
contributions I can get. I think as as advertising for this city, I think EDC could pitch in some funds. I mean, that's a big thing moving into town, and you see
where you
really
see
nice
it.
signs or rusted
Whoa,
junk,
whoa, whoa.
you know?
But here's the thing
Whatever.
too. But we can do the nice signs, and I mean, I'm all for that, you know, welcoming you to Crockett. But then when they get inside of Crockett, if our streets are a mess,
Absolutely.
them signs won't do any good.
yeah,
You know,
You're
huh?
full.
we're working on the streets.
I know,
That's
I know,
what-
I'm
that's
just
on the-
saying.
Y'all got the equipment.
So I'm
Working on a bunch
saying
of
we
streets
need the
this year.
equip, you know, we
Oh,
need.
yes.
Oh, you're talking about the equipment.
So
yeah.
do we need to, we have enough to purchase, do we have
Fix the
other
streets
equipment that we
first.
need to purchase? Do we have?
This is the
Some
biggest
of
one.
it's gonna, the big.
The money that I
equipment gonna
need,
be
the money that the city needs to do streets
Mm-hmm.
is money for materials, the oil and the rock.
So we-
That's
we
the
have-
part that, I mean, the equipment will, this right here will provide us, even with the equipment we have, but that's the ceiling, that dictates how many roads we can do. One, two, or three is how much money do y'all put in our budget every year for buying that material? As well as other projects that I can get, like the SIB program, that's gonna get us a lot of streets this year. We're gonna have streets just like on West Houston,
Grant,
all over
looking
town.
grant.
So on the equipment that we,
There you go.
okay, thank you. On the equipment, we got two pieces of equipment for,
Three
What
we
did
did get three?
for the
Okay,
streets,
Okay, okay.
for the streets.
But what
Yes.
we, out of
Okay, that's what I
ARPA
said.
funds or what we
So,
gonna
so
do?
what I was saying is, as we allocate
Finance.
these towards the ARPA funds, if there's ARPA funds left over, let's buy that street equipment with that. If y'all say those are priority, some of these things are only one-time things that I can't borrow money for. Those pieces of equipment
No,
we
you
can
can
borrow
borrow
money
money.
for. I can't borrow money for painting the civic center, or, putting a roof on the
No,
civic.
that'd be foolish.
Right. Okay, we're almost done.
Thank you.
Y'all want me to out of these three items, y'all just said the COLA, y'all would like us to appropriate the cost of living
Yes.
into our budget? To build that into our budget?
Well,
Yes.
since we've saved the money on the insurance, I think
Yeah,
it'd be great.
I think the cost
Yeah.
is.
Do y'all want me to
That won't
appro,
cost us nothing.
do you want me to appropriate a utility clerk and promotion of finance for our
Yes.
utility, our
Oh,
current
yes.
utility?
Yes.
Animal shelter operation. Like I said, I think on the high side of 51,000, but I believe I can get some cost savings if we can partner with county
County
as well
gonna
as
bring their
partnerships with our
animals. They
veterinarian.
need to do something.
Some of the things that veterinarian may cover as well. But for the worst case, it would be 51,000 a year.
I just think it'd be good if we could get something from the veterinarian exactly
Yeah.
what they're gonna do and what,
We already sent them so we're doing a draft agreement, and I'm taking that. I'm
did
bringing
they
that-
come to us or did we go to them?
What is it? What-
The
Both.
veterinarian?
Both. They came to us talking about opening a veterinary
Yeah,
clinic, and they wanted to have an animal, what do they call it? An animal rescue.
Okay.
She wanted to run an animal rescue,
All right.
but she wanted to do it out in the county. And she was wondering if the city would contract with her
To take
and
out-
pay for
But-
it out in the county. I said, well, we already
but I-
have an animal shelter. And
But-
so it would save us a lot of money if you
I
used
agree,
what
but
we
I
already
just
have.
think for our safety, that it at least look like we think we know what we're doing, that we get something from the veterinarian on
Oh, it's
exactly
gonna be
what.
a,
We
it'll be
will.
a full.
Before we
put in
finalize
it
this,
to,
you will.
Deal with
Okay,
that,
all right.
memorandum.
But I'm just wondering if, are you okay with me working on building
I am.
this in operations into the budget?
Yeah, I am.
Cause we gotta do something to them.
So on that note, so what kind of effect would that have on our current veterinarians that are here? With her or he, you know, coming in?
I don't think they wanna deal with it, really.
No, they
They're
wanna
so
keep-
busy.
We've asked
They-
them,
they kicked
we've
us
asked
to
them
the
to
curb.
contract with us.
Okay,
Dr. Tucker was the most reasonable, like, he said he would be interested to some degree, but like, he doesn't want any part of it at his place. He wants his private, his
His own
clientele,
clientele.
and he would come over here for a service, for a fee,
But
and
if
help
you-
us.
Cause even the local, when, I
And I'm sure they all
we
would.
deal with them a lot with the animals and stuff. You can't get into them. They don't, they
we
only
just
like,
have to be mindful.
Yeah, they just don't
of the
like-
medicines, I'm just
no.
worried about the medicines and the surgeries and the procedures that we'll have to render to those,
Sure.
animals that,
If they sick, they gon'.
if they sick, they gonna run us.
Engine and
They gonna
ladder
put 'em to
truck.
sleep, they will.
Engine and ladder truck.
You're doing good.
Well,
They gonna put 'em to sleep. What is that?
y'all want us to seek financing for repairing our ladder truck for?
I mean, that's a
I
long
think
term.
that's gonna be long term.
Item, isn't it? I mean,
Yes, sir. We're done with the ARPA stuff now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
long term, yes, the
So,
ladder truck needs
The ladder
to-
truck and the engine, you want us to try to find some financing options for it,
That's
bring it
the
back to
long
council?
range
I
option.
think at least the ladder truck.
Yeah, you gotta get up high.
I think if we had to do a number one and number two, a ladder truck is 100%.
I'd go
Yeah.
number one, get the ladder truck fixed, number two, engine.
okay.
Name the three of them that were there. It was the ladder truck.
The ladder truck and the fire
Pumper.
engine, the pumper.
Oh, yeah, you really have, yeah, we gotta say, we got a lot of old
Personnel.
structures around here.
Personnel, firefighters.
Oh, he asked for 5.
We don't, our current tax
We're not gonna-
revenue cannot support, we can't raise enough
And
money
keep
for
it going
firefighters.
on.
I think, like I was talking to the chief, I think using some of their financing that had gone towards their previous lease for that other fire truck, if we
Take that.
kept that in their budget, in the fire department's budget,
use
and
it for-
appropriated that towards at least one salary,
Yeah, you won't be able to get,
that's not new money that we're having to bring in. But otherwise, I mean, like I said, our tax rate will not allow us to bring in $320,000 for salaries for 5
It's
firefighters.
only bringing in, what, hundred
So
and
how many-
seventy?
Currently, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that's, so 170, 120 of it's COLA.
So how many do we have full-time now?
4, counting the chief.
But on the flip side of the coin, people aren't volunteering like they were.
They're not, it's not a,
No, they don't.
this problem will hound us until we fix it, until we find out how to fix it.
get some, I would get
All
some
right,
more
so,
money.
so is it a priority, a high priority then that we try to figure out a way to, you know, have some,
Increase tax,
Increase taxes.
that's gonna have to, I mean, that's your alternative. If you hire on salaries, you have to do tax.
that's a conundrum right there, I'm telling you.
The only easing of that problem would be if we were successful in getting one of the safer grants that would help hire those firefighters for the first 5 years.
And then.
But they hire them, and every year
Take off.
they withdraw 20% of the funding to where in the 5th year you're at 100%.
Yeah,
So it just helps you incrementally work your way up. But it binds you also too.
that
You
have
just
to
made a
keep.
commitment,
yeah,
so
okay, so,
those are just, it's a problem that is not going away. He has to present it to you, but I can't give you an answer on how that
Just-
money's gonna come up.
If we had that money already budgeted for the fire truck, we're not paying it more, that'll pay a salary, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Let's do one, I'd say use that funding to,
Add one on
To add one on.
incrementally. I mean, like we do
At
one
least
this
one
year,
this year,
and then look for
Yeah.
the same, maybe we can do 2 through that, if we got
the
the,
safer or something.
yeah, the
So you
safer
saying
grant.
what, do what now?
Add them on in progression.
Okay.
Start
So you
out.
said not get one of the trucks?
No, he was saying.
No, he was saying,
Left over.
this year is our last payment. Next year, we will not be paying for that 2016 model.
Gotcha.
It was on a 10-year term, so we're saving $50,000 for that,
So use
which
that.
is, roughly a salary.
Mhm, mhm.
just
So,
keep
after we
giving
look
them
at them,
money for
taking
that
on-
truck, but add it to a salary instead of truck.
And then if the next salaries we pick up would have to be added and funding, maybe we can gradually add one a year,
Okay.
in the next
Now,
budget.
on the truck, I said, let the ladder truck be.
Ladder truck be priority one.
Priority
Yeah, that's
fixing
gonna
and
be through the real
the
fund.
engine second priority.
Yeah, we
Okay.
gotta have.
And that's
some-
on the ARPA, that's from the ARPA.
No,
No,
that's,
that's
no,
from the
that's a
borrowing
tax note,
money.
that's borrowing money.
Borrow money, okay.
Because we
And that's
do
the
have
long-term
a engine
one.
over there that's still,
Yes.
it's still
We're
running.
talking about 20,
It's
30
still-
years back.
So,
My children will take it.
Yes. Okay, police department, y'all want me to try to fund for four vehicles?
would we
Yes,
get
borrowing
2, 3
is-
last year?
We got 3, well, it's almost 2 years now, but we got it out of ARPA funds. 2 years ago. And so
How many we gonna pick up?
this will,
with the ARPA?
this will finalize all of our purchases to where we can get back into once a year purchase out of our own budget.
I don't care what we do, let's just don't go crazy on our raising the taxes.
Okay. So can we do this
Whatever
without
we-
raising taxes, you said?
I mean, what I'm saying,
On the- Yeah, I know, on the,
It'll raise, like I say, if we purchase this and even if we front load it, it'll raise it to some degree.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple cents at least,
yeah,
so,
but not astronomical.
What about the satellite phone?
sir,
What about the satellite phone?
I don't even know what those cost. I know when I did it about 10 years ago, when I was fire chief, myself and the emergency management coordinator got one. I guess we got one that we shared, but, for us, and it was $5 a month. It wasn't, it's pretty cheap.
So it's
If
something
you
we can
use
get-
it, then you pay, but just to keep one on hand, it's pretty cheap. And I'm sure that there's government programs. I know that the emergency management coordinator has access if we need one, like for emergency purposes.
Cause it's so they do have one.
Yes,
I'm
it's funded.
referring to the office.
But if we
of
wanna
being
keep one
I'm
in-house,
referring to the office to communicate with one another, or communicate with the fire department, something major, what's going on
Yeah.
in the middle of the night and everything, and there's no signal or anything, but you're able to have that. That's what I'm referring that to.
yeah, we'll look at it. Yes, sir, I'll get you some, I mean, I don't think it's gonna
Maybe
be
I can
that
hook
bad.
up, like I said, maybe we can get you one on his bill,
We'll get a flip
like
phone.
my children do. Maybe they can put one on your bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this it?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Are we through?
Second.
Third.
See y'all tonight, we're gonna be all together all day. We're gonna have great fun. My legs, maybe they be recuperated by the end. Oh, I'm going on vacation tomorrow. That's a lot of tonight. That would give me a headache. Oh, there we go. Let me go find. Have a good evening. I like this thing. Oh, you go eat your apple. Go eat it now. I'm gonna go get my cake. Now I ain't gonna eat no more sugar. I done hit my quota of sugar today.
I couldn't call you.
Oh, my God.
All right. I'll see you in a minute.
Woo, praise us.
Okay. All right. I'll let you know in a minute. That's it.